What if you could book a table at your favorite restaurant from a site you built yourself? Today, we're building Emerald Bistro, a stunning full-stack restaurant reservation system using MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. From a jaw-dropping hero section to an interactive menu to an admin panel that gives you control of everything, this project has it all. And trust me, you will stay to the end for the reservation system and our sleek admin dashboard. We're starting with the front end, the heart of customers' experience. First, we'll create a sleek navigation bar with a dark background, our brand name Emerald Bistro on the left, and Crepes link to the right with home, reservation menu, and contacts. Then comes the visual punch, a hero section with rich background image of food that makes your mouth watered. Centered on the top is our message, where luxury meets diner, Emerald Bistro, and a button to call to action, book a table. Next, we would bring the menu to life. And trust me, this is not just a menu section. We would build an elegant menu section where each item is displayed as a beautifully styled card with image, name, description, and price. And we'll create a category-based filtering section where users can filter category based on their choice. But what is a restaurant without reservation? Let's bring the experience full circle. Now, we would build a fully functional reservation form with name, email, phone number, reservation date, time of reservation, number of guests, all seamlessly validated and submitted to the backend. And on the right side, we would include essential info like location, contact, open time, and icons to stay connected with the restaurant. And here is where things get serious, the admin panel that runs the show behind the scene. Admin will start with a secure login. Only then the dashboard can be accessed. Then, we would create a powerful sidebar with navigation links to add products, list products, get reservation, and logout. In the add products page, admin can upload an image, enter a price name, enter a product name, description, category, price, and then add it straight to the database. In the list products page, all menu items are fetched and displayed with an image, price, name, category, and an icon to delete instantly, and we're going to get a notification that the product has been removed. In the reservation section, every reservation made by the user is shown in a clean table with their name, email, phone number, date, time, guest, and a delete action. So with this button, you can delete the reservation. And the logout section would lock the admin out of the dashboard. So what have we built? A fully functional, beautifully designed, full-stack MERN reservation system, one that looks good and works flawlessly. From front-end to the back-end logic and the admin that controls the entire project, Emerald Bistro is ready to serve. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know in the comment section what you want me to build next. So let's get started. Let's bring Emerald Bistro website to life. So the first thing you're going to do is to create your project folder. I'll create my folder in another folder called YouTube Project. Right click on new folder, and I'm going to name the folder Food Restaurant Reservation System. Sorry, that's what I mean. Restaurant Reservation. And I'm going to open this folder in VS Code. So you open your VS Code, then you navigate to File, click on Open Folder, and on the folder you locate where you created the project folder. I created mine in YouTube Project. So here, Restaurant Reservation, I'll select the folder and open it in VS Code. On the sidebar, you're going to right click, then click on New Folder. We'll start by creating our folders. We'll start with the front end. Create the front end folder. We'll right click on the sidebar as well. We'll create the back end folder. We'll right click on the sidebar and we'll create the admin folder. So we're going to start with our front end. We'll right click again and we're going to open an integrated terminal. And right here, you're going to type in this command, npm create vit at latest full stop. Then you press enter. And right here, you're going to see the option to select framework. We're using React, select React. We're using JavaScript. And now you're going to run this command, npm install. And press enter again. And now all the packages for React has been fully installed. We're just going to check them out now and do some cleanups. So we have our source folder, we have index.html. Let's change this So the name of our project, Emerald Bistro. Okay. And let's close the source folder. Now let's test if this app is working. We're going to run this command, npm run dev. This is going to create the link that would enable us view our React app in our local browser. And right here we have this link. Over on the link and you click on follow link. Now our app is working, as you can see. Our counter button is working, everything is working. Now we need to do some cleanup, then install Tailwind CSS. So right here we'll head back to, we'll delete app.css. Click on delete. Then in our app.jsx, I'll delete everything, Ctrl A. Then I'll use REFC to create the React snippet. To use this shortcut, we need to have this extension installed. We need to have, you head to extension and you search for this extension, EX7 React Redos React Native Snippets. Okay, make sure you install this to use other shortcuts in React. I have mine installed, so do what to install yours. So we'll clean up we'll delete the entire thing in index.css as well. And now let's install our Tailwind. So right here, instead of having app, let's see if it's still going to work. Let's say subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. So right here, you can see that the changes we made has been updated in real time here. Now let's install Tailwind. We need to visit the official Tailwind CSS website. Then you go to the documentation, and in the documentation you're going to see get started with Tailwind CSS. We're using Vite, right? So we're going to follow all this process to install our Tailwind. First off, in our terminal, we need to paste this code. So I'm going to copy this code and I'll head back to the terminal. I need to stop this from working. So Ctrl C, then you type in Y to terminate the job. And I'm going to paste what I just copied. Then move to the next step. In our vite.config, in this case, they're using TypeScript. We're using JavaScript in our case. So it's going to be vite.config.js. We're going to copy this line of code and paste it. So we'll head here to vite.config.js. And we're going to paste this line of code. And then you're going to copy this code as well. And also paste it here. So after React, add comma and paste this right here. Okay, so that's all for the Vite. Then in our CSS, which is going to be index.css, you copy this line of code as well, and you're going to paste it. Index.css, you paste this here. And the next step is to run our terminal now. Remember, we stopped our terminal. So if you check here, our Tailwind has been fully installed. And if you check our package log.json, you can see that in our dependencies, React, Tailwind for Vite version 4 has been installed. Okay, so we're going to run this now. But before that, let's try styling. So I'm going to have this in an H1 tag, Ctrl X, H1, and I'm going to paste this now. So if we try to style now, let's say text 3XL, and the text color should be, you can see now that because we've installed Tailwind, you can see all the Tailwind properties is showing. Text amber, let's say we're using this color code. Okay, so now let's open our terminal again. npm run dev, press enter, and right here we have our link. Click on follow link, and you can see what we have. The color has changed and the size as well. So now that our Tailwind is working, the next thing we need to do for the front end is to create our project structure. So in our source folder, we'll start by creating a new folder, and we're going to name it components. Then we'll create another folder for context. And then we'll create another folder for pages. Okay, so in each of this, in the component folder, we're going to create a file. And we're going to name the file navbar.jsx. This is for our navigation. And then we'll create another file for hero.jsx. REFC to create React snippets. We'll do the same thing for the navbar, REFC. Then we'll continue with creating our files. We'll create another file for footer.jsx, REFC. We'll create another file for the MERN.jsx, REFC. Okay. And we need to create our reservation form. So here reservation form.jsx, RAFC as well. Okay, then I'm going to close all of what I just created now. Hero. Then in the pages folder, we're going to create our own page. Homepage.jsx. Here as well, RAFC. Okay. And for our context, we're going to create our menu context later. So the next step is to set up our route. We're here to install, so we need to install another package, and the name of the package is React Router DOM. So I'm just going to open a new terminal. So we're going to search for React Router DOM. I've already been to the website before, so make sure you're on this website. This is the URL. And on the right side, you're going to see the installation code. Copy the code and paste it in the front-end terminal. And now we have our React Router DOM installed. If we check package.log.json, you're going to see it right here in the dependencies, React Router DOM. Now we can set up our route. So we're going to open our main.jsx and wrap our entire application around our browser router. So I'm going to do the strict mode. And here we're going to have browser router from React Router DOM. Browser router. Then the app will be in between the browser router. So I'll paste in my app here. But we need to import our browser router. Import browser router from React Router DOM. So we have wrapped our entire application with browser router. And now we're going to set up our routes. So we're going to delete the H1 tag that we have here. And now first we need to render our navbar because it's going to be at the top of all the pages. So we're going to have navbar right here, and we'll import navbar from component/component/navbar. Then we'll set up our routes, and we'll have our routes without an S. The paths will be for home page. So element, and we're going to render home page. And we'll close this as well. So we need to import routes as well. Import routes. And routes without an S from React Router DOM. Then we're going to import our home page as well. Import home page from pages folder /home page. And then we're going to have our footer that will be at the bottom of all pages. Footer. And we'll do the same thing here. We're going to import footer from our component folder /footer. So if we check now, we're going to have our navbar, our home page, and our footer. So we're going to start with the home page now. So we'll close app.jsx and we're going to open our component, open the navbar, and we'll start work. So right here, I'm going to delete this. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe to my channel. We'll use our nav tag. In the nav tag, we'll have two div tags. For the first div tag, we'll have our h2 tag. And it's going to take the name of the company, Emerald Bistro. And for the second div tag, we're going to have our lists for the links. So we'll have our UL, then LI. We're going to have 4 list items. The first one will take home. The second will take reservations. The third will take menu. And the last one will take contacts. Okay. And if we check here, this is what we have representing our navbar. So we need to style it. So we'll start by styling our nav tag. Class name. Display is going to be flex. Justify will be between. And we'll add a padding of 2 rem. We'll set the background color to black and the text color will be white. Text white. So for our H2 tag as well, the font will be bold. The text size will be 2XL. And for the list items, so we'll style it as well. Display will be flex, justified will be between, and we'll have a gap of 8. So for each of the items, for each of the list items, we're going to style everything at the same time. So class name, font will be bold, text will be large, and cursor will be pointer. If you hover on it, the text color will be amber. 400. Okay, let's see what we have now. Alright, so this is what we have. If you hover on all the lists, now let's create our own page. So I'm going to close nav.gsx and I'm going to open hero section because that's the next thing to do. We need to first render our hero section in our own page. So I'll come here and I'm going to mount it here. Hero. I need to import it. I'm going to import hero from component folder /component/hero. If we check here now, you're going to see hero instead of home page because we already mount the hero section in our home page. For the hero section, we need an image, and for other section, the next section after our hero section, which is going to be our menu display, we need the images there before we're connecting to our backend, which we're here to do. We need to display image in the front end. So now we're going to get all the images from this folder here, from all this. So I'm going to copy all of this and I'm going to paste it to our asset folder that we have here. Here, replace. So all the images have been placed, and right here we have an assets.js file, which is where we've prepared, which is what we're going to use for our asset folder. So I've imported all the images here that is going to be displayed in the menu. This is for the category item, all the category, different categories, pizza, rice, noodles, and chicken. And here, this is for our products. We have an array of objects representing each product. So right here, we have, for each product, we have an ID, a name, a description, a price, image, category, and a date. Okay. So we have several items that will be displayed on the menu. We're going to get to that when we get to the menu section. So now let's work on our hero section. Open the hero section. So right here, this div tag here is the first div tag, which is where we're going to have our background image. Then we'll have another div tag that is going to serve as our transparent dark overlay. This div tag. After this, I'll create another div tag for our centered text content. This is the div tag for that. Here we're going to have an h2 tag. We'll have an h1 tag, h1, and we'll have a button. Okay, so let me write a comment so that here is for the transparent dark overlay, and the second div tag here is for the centered text contents. Okay, so now for our h2 tag, it's going to take this text where luxury meets diner. Our h1 will take emerald bistro, and the button will take this text as well, book a table. So this is what you're going to see for now. If we start, while styling, we're going to add the background image. So let's get to that. So we'll start by styling the initial div tag. Class name, position will be relative, the entire height will be 100 VH, the width we'll set it to full, and the background will cover the entire thing. The background will be at the center, and we're going to have a background no repeats. So let's add our background image. We need to get the background image from our asset folder, and we're using this image for our background. We're using this image for the background. Name of the image is hero2.jpg, so we need to import it. We're going to import background image. I'll name a background image here from dot forward slash asset folder slash hero2.jpg. So let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. Here we're going to add style, and we'll add another curly braces. So we'll call on background image. We're using the URL. You use a backtick first. URL, open our bracket. Then we use the $sign. Open our curly braces, and we'll use our background image that we have stored. And you should see the background image here. Now for the transparent dark overlay, I made a mistake. Transparent. We'll style this as well. Class name. Display would be absolute. Position, will be absolute. Insert, we'll set this to 0. The background color will take gray 900. We'll set our opacity to 30. And we're going to set our Z index to 10. Now for the centered contents, class name, position will be relative. Z index will be 20. Display here will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. We want all items at the center, so item center. Justify content as well, center. The height should be full, and the text should be at the center as well. The text color will be white, so text white, and we'll have a padding of 4. Then for our H2 tag, we'll have our class name. The text to be large. On a medium screen, our text to be Excel. We'll have a margin bottom of 4. Tracking widest, and it will be in uppercase. While for the H1 tag, class name, text will be 4XL. MD text will be 6XL. Font will be bold, and a margin bottom of 6. So here, we'll style the button. The background color will be amber, 400. The text color will be black. The fonts will be bold. PY will be 3. PX will be 6. Rounded LG. We want a large. And when you hover on it, the background color be 500. Then we'll add a transition as well. Transition. So this is the hero section that we're going to have. Oh, our button is not big enough. Okay, there should be space between this. Let's see. Okay, so now we have a button. Next would be our menu display. So we're going to close our hero section, and we're going to open, let me close this. We're going to open our menu file. Before having anything in the menu, we need to first create our context. So right here, I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to name it menu context.gsx. So in the context, we're going to create a simple context that is going to undo getting our products and all of that. So first, we're going to import React. The menu context is going to serve as the powerhouse here. We are going to write all the logic. The logic for getting our products will be in our menu context. The function that is going to undo fetching our menu from backend will also be written here in our menu context. So this is like a powerhouse that would enable other components and pages to have access to the products and menu as well. So here we're going to first import React. Then I'm going to get the products, import products from the asset folder that we have here. We have our products here. Okay, so we're going to import products from dot forward slash asset folder slash assets. Okay, so now we're going to create our context. First, we need to create our context using create context. Exports, we're going to use exports so that other components can have access to it. Const menu context will be equals to create contexts. And we're going to create our context provider function. So const menu context provider will be equal to, we'll pass children here. Okay, and we'll create our function. We're passing children as the parameter. And right here, we're going to export our menu context provider. So export default menu context provider. In our menu context provider function, we need to return the menu context provider, and we're going to add the values as well. The values is going to contain our state variable that is going to hold our products and other functions. So here we're going to have return open brackets. Right here we're going to have menu context dot provider. Right here in between this we're going to have children, and here we'll have our value. Add another curly braces, and in the value we're going to pass all the necessary values that other components will use. So here, before the return statement, we're going to create the state variable that is going to handle our menu, and a setter function to update the menu when the state changes. So we're going to have const menu, const open brackets menu, comma set menu be equals to use state, and our use state is going to be the product that we just fetched. So here I want to make a simple change. Instead of using menu, let's change this to product. And here we're going to have set products. So this is going to store all the products, all the product item that we have in our assets, and here the setter function is going to update it. Okay, and for the value now, we're going to pass our products so that the menu component will have access to the products that we have here. Okay, so next thing now is to open our main.jsx, and right here we're going to have our menu context provider. Okay, and we'll place our app in between this. Okay, we're going to wrap our entire application around our menu context provider so that the entire application, the components and other pages can have access to the menu context provider. So now we've created our provider now. Next is to start working on our menu. So we'll open our menu. For this menu, as I said in the introduction, we're going to learn to filter based on category. And in our assets.jsx here, in the assets.js, we have our category item here, which is what we're going to be filtering with. So we need to import it here in our menu. So we're going to import category item from assets, and also the next step is to extract our product from our menu context provider. Okay, we're yet to export it correctly. Okay, product, the values here, product. So in the menu, we're going to extract const products will be equals to use context, and it's going to be menu contexts. Ensure that menu context imports immediately so that you won't be having an error. Okay, next thing is to create a state variable that is going to hold our category, and a setter function to update the category whenever the category changes. So right here we're going to create a state variable const category, setter function set category, and it's going to be equals to use state. We want, by default, we want the category to be all the category. Okay, so now let's design our UI. In our div tag, we're going to create 3 div tags. The first will be for our header. So here we're going to have section header. The second div tag will be for the category button. Category button, selection, And the third will be for our menu display. Okay. So for the first div, we're going to have an h1 tag. And here, the text is going to take discover our menu. The second div is where we're going to have our category. We'll have an h2 tag here. And it's going to take this text, explore our categories. Our categories. After this h2, we'll have a list item, UL. And in the list, we're going to map over the category item to display each categories. So here, we're going to have category item that we imported earlier, dot map. We've done the imports here. We'll pass our item and we'll pass index number to identify each of the category. Then create our brackets and we're going to list them using li. So the list item. And the list item is going to take item dot category item. Category title. Okay, the list is going to take the category title because that is what we want to display. The title, the first title or second title spaghetti, third, fourth, fifth. Okay, now back to our menu. In our list item, we need to pass a key, which is going to be the index number, to uniquely identify each of the lists. And also, we want to ensure that when the user clicks on the category, it displays the item that matches with that category. Just, we have it here. It displays products that matches with the category. We have category here for rice. We have a category title with rice here. Okay. So here, we're going to have on click, create a function. And here, we're going to have set category. We'll pass previous as the parameter. And now we're going to use a ternary operator to check if the previous item dot category title is all, then display all category. If it isn't, display the category that matches with the item title. So item, there should be a colon here. If it isn't, we're going to have item dot category title. Okay, so this should not have a quote. Okay, so if the category is all, which is what we did earlier here, by default we want it to be all so that it will display all the products that we have, or the menu. If it isn't, it should display the item that matches with the category title. Okay, so after this brackets here and this curly braces, we're going to style. We'll style later. And now we'll move to the next div, which is for our menu display. In the menu display, we're going to use a logic to check if we have products at all. If the length of the product is greater than 0, we want to filter products based on category and also map over our products array. And if it isn't, we want to display a text that says that no products are available. So right here, let's start. We want to have products dot length is greater than 0. Use the ternary operator. Then we want to do this. If it isn't, we're going to do this. Okay, now let's work on the first bits. Here we're going to map over we're going to filter and map. So product dot filter, we'll pass product here. Products. I want to filter based on category. So if category is all or category is equal to, so here we're filtering, if we filter product, the filter pass the individual product. If category is all or the category matches with product that's category. Okay, then we'll continue dot map, open our bracket again, and we'll pass our product once more. Then here we're going to display our div. We'll close the div tag as well. In between this div tag is where this div tag is going to serve as the product card, each product card. So for each of them, we need to pass a key to uniquely identify each of the products. We have product dot underscore ID. So in our product card, we're going to have our image. We'll have image and the source for this image. So this is going to be products dot, the source will be product dot image and the alt will be product dot name. After the product image, we're going to have the product details. That will be in a div tag. And in this div tag, we'll have another div tag. So for this other div tag, we'll have an h3 tag, which is going to be the name of the product. And this is going to take product.name of the product. After this, we're going to have a span tag for the price. In this span tag, we'll have another span tag. And in the other span tag is where we're going to have, here will be for the dots. After this, we'll have our price in dollars, product dot price. After the div tag for our product details, we'll have our p tag for product description. It's just going to be, let me just have like a simple text, a dummy text. Okay. Now, this is for the first bracket. Okay. This is for the first bracket that we have here. That is if there is a product in our database or wherever we're getting our product. If there's no products, we're going to have a p tag and it's going to display no product available. Now we're going to mount our menu in our home page. So after the hero section, we'll mount our menu. And here we're going to have it. You can see we have the discover. I mean, this is for Spark. If I click on this Spark now, you can see that we have two products that matches with it. If I click on all the products will be displayed from the price, the name, the image, the price, the description. We have a pizza here looking yummy. The name, the price, the description. We have a noodles. We have a drink here, cup of tequila sunrise. We have the price and everything. We have chicken, my best. I love chicken. Okay, so we have chicken, we have Spark. We have all the products that we have stored in, and we have a cup of drink and everything. Okay. So if we click on any of the category, the product that matches with the category is going to be displayed. If I click on rice, we're going to have two products here. If I click on noodles, we're going to have two products that matches with it. If I click on chicken, best of the best. If I click on drink, you can see this now. Okay, so we need to start now. So we'll head back to our menu and we're going to start styling. So we'll have a class name, px4, py12, max width, let's have a max width of 6 XL, and we want everything to be at the center. Okay, for our section header, the text should be at the center. Margin bottom will be 6. For the text itself, we'll give it a class name. We want to have the text size should take 4 XL. The font will be bold. And the text color should be gray. Now for our category section, all text should be at the center. Class name, text, center. Margin bottom will be 8. For the H2 tag that we have here, class name, text should be 2 XL. The font weight should be medium. And we'll have margin bottom 4. Text should be gray, 700. Now for our UL tag, we're going to style this as well. class name, display would be flex wrap, justify content with a center with a gap of 4. Now for each list item, we're going to style this as well. So come here after this, we have our class name. Let me have it on the next slide. Okay, class name. In this case, we're not going to do the regular styling because we want to have a ternary operator to check if a category is active, we want to display certain color. If the category is not active, we want to display certain color. So we use our curly braces, and in the curly braces, we use our backtick to style the first one. Cursor, pointer, px will be 6, py will be 2, rounded full, fonts will be medium, the text should be small, transition all, and the duration should be 200. Now for the styling that's going to have a ternary operator, we use the $, then a curly braces. Now I want to check if category equals to item dot category title. If the category is active, that's the meaning of this line. If it's a category is equal to item dot category title, we want to display a certain color, and which is the background color should be amber 500. If it isn't, we want the background color of other categories to be gray 200, and if we hover on it, we want the background color to be amber 100. Okay, so after our category, next thing we need to do is to style our menu. So here, class name, display will be grid equals 1. Okay, on medium screen, grid equals 2, that is 2 columns, and we'll add a gap of 8. Then for our products, card, which is also going to be our menu card, class name, display will be flex. We want our items at the center. We want a gap of 6. There should be a space. Gap of 6. Padding should be 4. We'll have a border gray 100. Then border radius XL. Want a shadow, small shadow, SM, and when you hover on it, do we need that? No, let's just add a transition. Okay, let's add it. When you hover on it, the shadow will be small. The shadow will be medium, sorry. MD. Oh, SHAD. Okay. Then we'll style our image. So here we're going to have class name. The width should be 30. The height will be of the same size, 30 as well. Object cover. Rounded form. Then for our product details, the first div tag, give it a class name. Flex will be 1. Flex 1. And the second div tag, we'll give it a class name. Display will be flex. Justify between items at the center. Now for the product name, where we have our H3 tag, text should be large, font semi-bold, and the text color should be gray 800. Now for our span tag here, we'll style as well. Text will be large as well. The font will be semi-bold. The font width and the text color. Text amber 600. Position will be relative. and the margin left will be 4. Now for the second span tag, which is going to have the dot 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 class name before the content should be empty. Okay, before. Okay, before we're going to have an empty content. Okay, let's use a double quote now. Let's use a double quote here. Okay, now we have no error again. Before, position should be absolute. Before, the width will be 10. Before, border would be on the bottom and the border will be dotted. Before, border will be gray 400. Before, we'll have a negative left of 12. Before, we'll have a top of half. Before, we'll transform, and then we'll add a translate. Translate on y-axis, y half. Okay, that is for the dotted. And then for the p tag that we're going to have here, class name, the text size will be small, text SM, text color will be gray 500, and margin top will be 1. Now for the p tag that we have here, no products available, text to be small as well, whole span will be 2, and the text color will be gray 500. So right now this is what we have, all the categories. You can see that we have all the food category. Okay, we should add a margin button on this text here. Okay, if we click on spag, you can see if you click on pizza, if you click on rice, if you click on noodles, chicken, drinks, all categories. Okay, if we head back here, oh, there's no space. Okay, add the space and you can see the difference now. Okay, discover our menu, explore our category. We have different categories. All the products and the images have been displayed. Now we'll move on to the next. So we're going to close our menu contest, and we're going to create our reservation form. So I'm going to close the assets folder as well, and we'll open our reservation form. We'll delete this, but before that we need to mount our reservation form in our own page. So here we're going to have reservation form. Okay, now back to the reservation form. I'll delete this and we'll start by designing the UI. So our reservation form will have one div tag, and in the div tag we'll have our form tag, which will be on the left, and another div tag on the right that's going to be for the address. So in our form tag, we're going to create our form. In our form tag, we're going to have an h2 tag, and it's going to take this text, reserve a table. After the h2 tag, we're going to have an h1 tag that will take this text, dine with us, then followed by a span tag. For Ctrl Z, it should be lowercase span, and in the span we're going to have reserve now. After our h1 tag, we're now going to create our div tag. So in the div tag, we'll create another div for each of the input field. The first one will have label, and the text for the label will be full name. After the label tab, we'll have our input field for name, and this is going to, the type will be text, so we're just going to search for text here. Okay, we'll have a placeholder for full name, placeholder full name. So best thing is to copy this div here and we'll paste it here. We're just going to tweak a little. This is going to be for email. The type here would be email. And the placeholder here will be email address. Let's just have email. Then we're going to have another div tag for phone number. So here we're going to have the label will be phone number. The type will be telephone. And our placeholder will be phone number. Okay, after this div, we'll have another div, and that is going to be for dates. And here, the label will be reservation dates. Reservation dates. The type will be dates, the input type. And our placeholder, we need no placeholder here, since this is going to show as a calendar. So I'm going to delete this. And one thing we need to ensure is that every input field will be required. So we're going to add required for every one of the input field. So after the dates, we are going to have our time reservation. After dates is time. So we'll have the next input field for the time. The label will be time of reservation. And the type is going to be, so for the time reservation, it's going to be a selection, it's going to be a drop down. So instead of using input field, we are going to use the select tag. Okay. So in our select tag, this is going to be required as well. We'll have our options, and the value for the option will be empty, but the text will be select time. And after the option, we are now going to display our time selection, but we have not yet written the logic, the function that will undo generating time. So we're going to write that soon. Then after this div tag, we'll have the number of guests. So here, this is going to be number of guests. Okay, and it's also going to use a select tag. So option. No, sorry, I mean select. We're going to use select. Okay. So we don't need the name and the ID. Now in the select tag, we are going to display our option, but we need to generate the option from 1 to 10 guests using array.map, and then we're going to create an array of 10 elements from 0 to 9 using the array.keys, and we'll map over the arrays and generate option elements for the guests drop down. So here, what we're going to do, open our curly braces, then open our square bracket, array of 10, like I said, dot keys dot map, we'll pass I, then we'll open our square brackets, and here we're going to have our option tag, and the value is going to be Ctrl Z, the value here is going to be I plus 1 space plus 1. Okay. And the key for each option is going to be I plus 1 as well. Okay, so this is going to generate the option from 1 to 10 guests using array.map, and we are creating an array of 10 elements using the array in 10.keys, and then we're mapping over the array to generate the option elements for a drop-down menu. So right here, and our option text will take I plus 1 space guests. The S should be in brackets. Okay. After this div tag, we would create our button to submit, and the button type will be a submit type, and it's going to say book now. Okay, after our form tag, we'll have the next div tag, which is going to be for the address. So let me just add the space. Before that, we need to get our time. Okay, so we're going to create the function that is going to dynamically generate time slots from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So right here, const, I'll name the function generate time slots be equal to, open our curly braces, and we'll start the code. First, we need to create a variable that would store the time slot and initialize an array. Const slots be equal to an empty array, and then we'll loop from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Final slot will be 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. So we use a for statement for let hour be equal to 9 semicolon hour is less than 21 semicolon hour plus plus. If you don't know about looping, please ensure you learn about it. Then we're going to convert 24 hours format to 12 hours format for the start time. So const start hour, this is for start hour, will be equals to hour modulus 12 equals, we're using a ternary operator. If hour modulus 12 is 0, then it is 12 hours. If it isn't, then we should have hours modulus 12. Okay. And now we'll go for the start period, which is AM for our start time. So const start period will be equal to, you do the same thing, hour less than, if hour is less than 12, use our ternary operator, then it is AM. If it isn't, then it is PM. Okay. Now this is for the start time. We need to convert the 24-hour format to 12-hour format for the end time, which is going to be 1 hour after the start time, 1 hour from start time. So const end hour will be equal to hour plus 1 modulus 12. We'll use our ternary operator, then it's 12 hours. If it isn't, it's going to be hour plus 1 modulus 12. Okay. Const next is for our end period, will be equal to hour plus 1 is less than 12, then that is AM. If it isn't, that is PM. Okay. Then now we are going to create the format for 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So here slots dot push. We use our backtick, then a dollar sign, our curly braces, start hour, zero zero, and the start period to the end hour, 00, end period. Okay, so this is going to be the format, and now we're going to return the array of time slots for us to use in our drop down. So we're going to return slots. Then now we can now use it in our drop down for time selection. So we're going to head over here where we have our time selection, The option, immediately after the option, we're going to dynamically generate time slot from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. by mapping over the generate slot function. So here, generate slots dot map, the function dot map. Then we open a bracket, we pass slots and the index number for each. Open our brackets. So here we're going to have our option. The value is going to be the slot. Slots. In the curly braces, the key will be the index. Key will be index. And the option value is going to be slots. Okay. Now that we're able to generate our time slot already, next thing we need to do now is the address section, which is this div tag that we have here. So we'll create another div tag, and in this div tag we'll have an h3 tag that would be address. After this div tag, we'll create a p tag that is going to take this text. After this p tag, then we'll create another div tag immediately after the first div, and we'll have an h3 tag that is going to take open time. Then we'll have two p tags. The first one is going to take this text, and the second one will take this text. Then after the div tag here, we'll create another div tag, and in this div tag we'll have an h3 tag. Stay connected. Then we'll have another div tag here for our icons, and we're here to install React icons, so we need to install React icon now. So we're going to install React icons. We're just going to type React icons. The npm package is what we're installing, and if you're on the official website here, you head over here to copy the installation code. Then we're going to paste it on our front-end terminal. So to install React icon, we're going to add our icon here. So we're using the Facebook icon. So I'm just going to type Facebook, the icon, then Twitter icon as well from the FA section. Then we'll have our Instagram icon, and we'll have the Reddit icon and the YouTube icon. And we're going to import all of the icons here at the top. We're going to import in the curly braces FA Facebook, comma, FA Twitter, comma, Reddit, comma, FA Instagram, comma, FA YouTube. I think that's what we have from React icons. Okay, /FA. So now this is what we have. We have the icons, we have our table, we have all of this, full name, email, reservation date, we have the time slots, we have number of guests, we have the address and all of that. So we need to style now. But before styling, we need to use state to manage our form input values, and we're going to initialize the values of all the field with empty values. So let's write all the logic before we start styling. Const. We're going to name this form data, and the setter function will be set form data, which is going to be equals to use states, and we'll have our curly braces. So we'll start with the name, then the email. Name, we're going to initialize it with an empty value. Email, we initialize it with an empty string as well. Then we'll have the phone. We'll do the same, initialize with an empty string, comma. We'll have time. We initialize this with an empty string, and we'll have guests, and we initialize it with 1. We're going to set the default guest count to 1. Then we'll now create a function that is going to undo changes whenever the state for our form input changes. Okay, I'm going to name the form undo changes. It's going to be equal to pass event as a parameter. Then right here, we're going to spread the existing data, form data, and update the field that changed using our computed property name. So here, set form data. Then we'll have our curly braces, spread our form data. Form data. We'll add our comma. Then e.target dot value. E.target dot name with e.target dot value. Okay. Now that we have this, we are now going to head back to our input field. So right here to our input field. In the first input, we are going to pass the name of this input field. After this text, we'll have name, and it's going to match with the name that we have in our form data. And we're going to bind the value here with the name in our form data. So value will be form data dot name, and we'll use an unchanged method to call our function to update the changes, to update our input field. If any changes is made, we'll do the same thing here. The name is going to be email, which is the same as our form data, and we'll bind our value with form data dot name. Unchanged method to call our undo change function, which will update the input field states if there's any changes. We'll do the same for. So right here, this is supposed to be email. Okay, so form data dot email. Now for telephone, we'll do the same. The name will be phone, so that it will match with our form data, and the value is going to be form data dot phone. Form data dot phone. We use an unchanged method to call our undo change. And for our date as well, we'll do the same thing. The name will be dates. Then we'll pass our value from data dot phone, and we'll use our unchanged method to call our undo change function. Then for the selection as well, in our, this is for time selection. So right here, where we have our select tag, where is it? Okay. So right here, the name will be time, and our value will be form data dot time. And change method to call undo changes if any change is made. Then right here as well, for the name will be guests. Our value will be form data dot guests. On change method, then we'll call our undo changes function to undo the changes. Okay, I think that's all that we have. Now we can now style. We'll start styling from the first div tag that we have. So here, class name, minimum height should be the screen size. Okay, and the background color that we're using is going to be this color code, hash FFP. It's very close to white, 2B7, 2B. We'll have a padding of 6. And on the medium screen, our padding should be 12. And for the second div tag, class name, max width of 6XL, MX Auto. Display will be grid. And on the medium screen, grid was 3. And what the gap of 8. Now for the form tag, we have a class name, MD, whole span will be 2, Yes, and the background color will be white. While the padding of it, we want border radius around it, rounded LG, shadow empty. Now for our H2 tag, text will be Excel. Fonts, our font weight should be semi-bold. Yeah, that should do it. And the text color, amber 400. Text, no, not text shadow, text color, text amber 400. Yeah, this should be in uppercase, and tracking should be wider. Now for our H1 tag that we have here, the text size should be 3XL. Fonts will be bold, and margin bottom should be 4. And for the span tag, class name, text amber 500. That should do it. Now for this div tag here, display will be grid. On the medium screen, grid pose 2. Gap will be 4. Class name, grid. Gap will be 1.5. Okay, let's have a class name here on the label. We're going to use the class name for all of it. So font bold. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Right, the next label, paste it here. Do the same thing here, paste it here. Do the same thing here, paste it here. Do the same thing here, paste it here. I think that's the last one. Okay, let's continue. Then we have our input field after the name, the value. Okay, after required, I'm just going to select the required. Since we have required for all our inputs field, I'm going to select everything, Ctrl D, and we're going to style all of the input field. Oh, Ctrl Z. Then here we'll have class name. We'll start styling. We'll set the width to full. Padding, we'll take 3. Let's see what we're doing. Okay, oh, there's an error. Width full, padding will be 3. Margin bottom, we'll set it to 3 as well. We want the border around it, so border, and the border radius rounded large. And on focus, we want a ring focus, a ring, and then on focus as well. Let us see what we're typing. The color ring will be blue, 300. Okay, so after this we're going to style. We'll style the div tag where we have our label and input. I've styled the first one, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. This is the second div for the email. We'll paste this as well for the third. We'll paste this for the fourth. I'll do the same thing here for the fifth, and I'll do the same thing here for the last div. Then we're going to style our submit button. So right here we'll have our class name. The width will be full. Margin top will be 4. The background color will be amber. So background amber 600. The text color will be white. And we're going to have a padding of 3. So padding 3. The border radius, a large one, rounded LG. And when you hover on it, the background color should be amber 500, should be lighter, and we'll have the transition as well. Then for the address section that we have here, we'll style this as well. Class name, the background color will be black. The text color gray, 300. Padding will be 8. We'll have a border radius, a large one, rounded LG, and a shadow, medium shadow. Now add the space 10. Now for the H3 tag that we have here, the text is going to be large and the font to be bold. So we're going to use the same styling for all the H3 tags that we have. So I'm just going to copy this class name here. I'll paste it here, and I'm going to paste it here as well. Then we'll now style the icons that we have. So class name, text here for Excel, and the color red. Let's use 500. Everything is going to take the same styling, so I'm going to copy this. I'll paste here, I'll paste here, I'll paste here, and I'll paste here as well. So let's see what we have now. So this is what we have. We need to style this div here so that it can be flex. So display will be flex, and we'll add a gap of 4. So right here, we'll add a margin bottom of 2. This should do it. And the button that we have here will not be inside this div tag. So I'm going to cut this, Ctrl S, and I'm going to paste it outside the div tag. So let's see. Oh, okay, you can see that the button is now very big. Okay, so the next is to build our footer component. In the footer section, we're going to have 2 div tags, div times 2. The top and the bottom section. For the top section, we're going to have an H2 tag, we're going to have a P tag, and we're going to have a div tag for our input field and button. So here we'll have an input field for email, and we'll have a button as well. Okay, so the H2 tag will take this text, and the P tag will take this text as well. Then for our input field, our placeholder will be email. Enter your email address. Enter your email address. Then for our button, it's going to take join now. After this div tag, we'll have our bottom section, and in the bottom section we'll have 2 divs, the left and the right. On the left side, we'll have an H2 tag, and we'll have a div tag as well. So for this div tag, we're going to have our icons, Facebook, okay, and we'll have Instagram and YouTube. We are using these 3 icons, and the H2 tag will take this text, Emerald Bistro. After this div tag, we'll have the right section, which is going to contain a list, and we'll have 4 list items. The first list item is going to be home, second is going to be menu, third will be about us, and the last one is going to be privacy policy. Okay, so this is what we have in our footer section. As you can see it here. Now let's style this. We'll start by styling the top. Class name, display will be flex, flex direction will be colon. We'll add a gap of 12. We'll add a padding on X, padding on Y, 16 as well. The background color will be white. And for the top section now, class name, display will be grid. We want to place all the content at the center. Place content center. And we'll have a gap of 6. Text will be at the center as well. Then for our H2 tag, text for Excel, the font will be bold, text to be gray with this color here. For our P tag, the text will be large, text LG, and the text color will be gray. Now for the div tag here, where we have our input and button, flex grow, px will be 4, py will be 3, border, and border on the right side. So here border will be 0, and we'll have the border color amber 500, and the border radius around it. So rounded on the left side 4. Outline will be none, and the text size should be small size. So this styling here is for the input field. So I'm going to cut this. It's not supposed to be for the div tag, it's for the inputs. Okay, so you cut and paste it in the input field. Now for the div tag itself, display would be flex as well. Items at the center, justify center, and the max width will be Excel. Margin will be auto, and we'll have our width as full. Now we'll style the button. For the button, the background color will be amber 500. The text color will be white. px will be 6. py will be 3. Rounded on the right side 4. And the font will be bold. That is for the button. Next thing on the list that we need to style is the bottom section for our footer. So we'll have a class name. Display will be flex. We'll have a gap of 6. Display will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. On medium size, flex direction will be row. Justify will be between. Items at the center, text at the center. Item center, text center. And on the medium screen, text on the left. Gap will be 6. Then we have the left section. We have the H2 tag here. We'll have our class name. Text should be 2XL. And the font will be bold. Text, the color gray, 800. So right here, display will be flex. Justify center. On the medium screen, justify will be stats. And we'll have a gap of 4. Margin top will be 3. Text amber 500. Now for our icon. I want to style everything at the same time, so I want to select it all. So let's style. Class name, text should be 3XL. The size should be 3 times the size. Cursor will be pointer. That should do. Now for our lists, display will be flex. We'll have a gap of 6. Justify content center. And the text color will be gray, 700. Text will be base. And the font size will be medium. Okay, now for our list items. Our cursor will be set to pointer. Then after all these divs here, we need our copyright. So we'll have a p tag here that will take this text, Emerald Bistro here. Let's style this as well. So class name, the text will be at the center. So text center. And the text will be small Text color will be gray, 500, and margin top will set it to 4. So this is what we have now. Our footer is looking all good. We have all of our menu, and we have our navbar, our hero section, our menu display. We have the reservation form, and we have our footer. Now we need to set up our backend. So I'm going to close all the files that has to do with front end. Close our contents, close our pages. Then we're going to right click on the backend folder and open it in integrated terminal. So I'm going to expand this now. So right here in our backend file, in our backend folder, we need to create a file, and we're going to name it server.js. Before anything, we're going to, in our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm init, press enter. Our package name is backend, press enter, version, description, entry point, as you can see, is server.js. Press enter, test command, git repository, just keep pressing enter until you get to OK. Then we're going to install other dependencies that we need now. So npm install. We'll start by installing cores. I would explain what each of them are for. So after typing, and then we'll install .env, then express, nodemon, mongoose, malta, JSON web token, cloudinary. So let me expand this so that we can see the screen properly. Cloudinary. So we're going to install all of these. So let me explain what each of them is for. The cause here is a security feature in web browser that restricts how resources on the server can be accessed from different domains. So this is a package in Node.js that helps us configure access permission. Then we have .env, which is a package that loads the environment variable from a .env file, keeping sensitive data like our API keys, and it secures and separates it from the code. Then we have our express. Our express package will be used to undo server requests, and nodemon is a tool that automatically restarts a Node.js application when it detects a file change. And mongoose here is a library for working with our MongoDB in Node.js. It helps us structure, define schemas, and interact with our database easily. Then we have the malta, which serves as a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js, and is often used to process images, PDFs, and other files sent via form. In this case, we're going to use the malta to process our image upload for the menu. Then we have JSON web token, which is a package used for creating and verifying JSON web tokens, which help us with user authentication and authorization. Then we have cloudinary as well, which is a cloud-based service that helps store and manage and optimize images and video that are often used for uploading and saving media files. So in this case, we're using cloudinary for image, and we're using malta for image as well. Then I'm going to press enter now. Okay, so we've encountered an error because the spelling of cloudinary is not correct. We need to retype everything now. So I'm going to recopy everything, and I'm just going to, this is going to be cloudinary. Then I'm going to press enter. I'm going to reduce this, and we're going to see we have cloudinary, cause.env, express, JSON web token, mongoose, malta, nodemon. All of this has been installed. Now in our scripts, I'm going to delete this test. And after the main file, which is server.js, we're going to have our type. So type here is going to be module, and I'll add a comma. Okay, so after our start file, we are going to have our server, a property for server, and here we want to always restart our server with nodemon server.js. Okay, now we're going to create a very simple server and test out our server. So we're going to start creating the server. First, we need to import our express from express package, which we're going to use to handle server requests. So import express from express package, and then we're going to import our cause, which will enable cross-origin resource sharing. We import cause, from course package, and then we are going to load environment variable from .env file, which we are yet to create. So I'm just going to have import. So we're going to create the file now. .env /config, and now we are going to initialize our express app. Const app will be equals to express, and we set the server port from the environment variable or to a default to 4000. So const port will be equals to process.env.port or 4000. The port is going to be port 4000. And now we need to enable CORS for handling cross-origin requests. So here we're going to have app.use, open our brackets, and we're going to have CORS. And then we'll pass the incoming JSON payloads. So app.use, open brackets, express.json. Now we're going to check if our API is working. So we're going to have app.get, open our brackets, then we'll pass request and response as the parameter. We'll create our function. Response.send is going to be API working, and then we'll start our server after this. App.listen, we'll pass the port, comma, create the function with no parameter. In the console, we are going to have server started on ports. Then we'll concatenate it with the ports, which is 4000. Then we'll remove this. Okay, so now we need to test our server, but before that, let's create our project structure. We're going to have the config folder. We'll create another folder for controllers. We'll create another folder for middleware, WARE. We'll create another folder for models. We'll create another folder for routes. And finally, we'll create a file for .env. Okay. So now let's test this server. In our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm run server, and I'll press enter. And now you can see in our terminal we're getting server started on port 4000. Server, started. You can see that node model started the server because of the simple change that we just made now. So this server is working. Now we need to set up our database, and we'll connect it with our local server that we have here. So I'll close all of these, and we're going to visit the official website of MongoDB. So MongoDB Atlas, press enter. So you visit the website, click on the link, and it's going to lead you to the website. On the website, click on sign in. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. So I'm just going to log in now because I have an account. So when you visit the official website, you're going to create a new project. So we'll click on view all projects, and then click on new project. We're going to create a new project here. We'll name our project to Restaurant Reservation MERN. Then you click on next. Ensure that your email is available. And now a new project has been created, Restaurant Reservation MERN Overview. Then click on Create Cluster. It will lead you to another page. So to deploy your cluster, we're using the free package, Cluster 0. You can use any provider of your choice, Amazon Web Service, Google Cloud, Azure, whichever one. Then select the region that is closest to you. I'm in Africa, so I'm going to select Cape Town, and I will click on Create Deployment. And right now, you are going to change the password that you have here. Then you click on create database user, then choose a connection method. Click on drivers. We're using Node.js, sorry, and this is the latest version. So we've already installed our driver for MongoDB. We have installed Mongoose. Okay. Now we're going to copy this line of code from MongoDB plus SRV down to where we have the /. You copy this line of code. You head back to your VS Code or whatever editor you're using. Then you type in MongoDB _URI will be equal to, you paste where you just copied now, and you're going to delete the /. So it's going to end with .net. Then you come here and click on done. So once that is done, you head over to the sidebar, click on network access, and then you're going to add a new IP address, allow access from anywhere, click on confirm. Once this new IP address has been active, you get a confirmation email. And now we can now continue with our code. So we're just going to click on clusters again, so that we're going to be on the clusters page. Once we have collection, we'll be able to click on browse collection. So let's create our code to connect our local server with our MongoDB. So in the config folder, we're going to create a file, mongodb.js, lowercase mongodb.js. Press enter. Then first we need to import the Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. We're going to import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we're going to create a function to establish a connection to the MongoDB database. So I'm going to name the function connect database, connect DB, and it's going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. Then we use an event listener to log a message when the database connection is successfully established. So here we'll have Mongoose, Ctrl-Z, Mongoose dot connection dot on. Open our brackets once it's connected. We'll create an arrow function here that would log the message. So in the console, we're going to log the message connection available or connection secured, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to use connection secured. After this, we are now going to connect the MongoDB database using the URI that was stored in our environment variable. So here we're going to have await mongoose dot connect. Open our brackets, then we start with a backtick followed by a $. Then we open our curly braces, process dot env dot mongodb underscore URI. Okay. Followed by, after the closing curly braces, and this is going to follow by menu. Let's just have menu here. Then we're going to export the connect database function to use another part of our application. So we're going to export defaults connect db. So now we're going to open our server file, and after our ports right here, we're going to connect to database by calling the connect database function. So here, connect db. This is going to add .js. Okay. And here we're going to add, because we're calling a function, connect db function. And now you can see that we have a change here, connection secured, server started on port 4000, because that is the message that we want to log in our console, connection secured. So now we've been able to connect with our database, with our MongoDB. So now I'm going to close this. Now the next thing is to set up our Cloudinary as well, to ensure that we're able to upload images. Now you see that these pages are now showing that we can click on them. Before it was default because the database was not connected to any local server. So now let's search Cloudinary. Cloudinary. And on Cloudinary, click on visit the official website, sign up for free. If you have an account, click on login. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. If you have an account, just log in with your account. Once you create an account or once you log in, first we need to copy this cloud name. In our .env file, we are going to have another property for cloudinary name, cloudinary underscore name, and we're going to paste what we just copied now. Then we can now continue. First, we need to click on go to API keys, and right here you're going to click on generate a new API key, and it will ask for your email to send confirmation code. It will ask for the confirmation code that will be sent to your email. You're just going to copy and paste the confirmation code there. And you're going to click on approve, and a new API it will be generated for you. You're just going to edit the name. I'm going to use mine as MERN Stack Restaurant Reservation. Reservation. Click on enter. Now you're going to copy the API key. And you're going to paste it here. First, we need to cloudinary underscore API underscore key, and it will be equal to Ctrl Z. Let's have it in a double quote. Then we'll have our cloudinary secret key as well. Cloudinary underscore secrets underscore key to be equal to, we're going to get the secret key from here, API secrets. You come here, then you click on the eye icon, then you can now click on copy, and you're going to paste it here. Okay, so we'll close this, and now let's start up our cloudinary. I'll create a new file in config folder, and I'm going to name the folder cloudinary.js and cloudinary.js. So right here, first thing is to import v2 as cloudinary from our cloudinary package. I'm going to import v2 as cloudinary. From cloudinary package. Then we're going to create a function that is going to connect cloudinary. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So const, I'll name the function connect cloudinary, which is going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. And now we're going to configure, I'll press enter, we'll configure our cloudinary. So here, cloudinary.config, open our brackets, then our curly braces, we'll get the cloud name, and we're getting it from our env file. So process.env.cloudinary name. So I'm just going to copy the keyword here to avoid typo error. Then we need the API key. So API key will be process.env dots. We need the cloudinary API key that we've stored in our env file. Then we need the API secrets. So here, API secrets key is going to be process.env dots cloudinary secrets key as well. We'll paste it right here. So after this, we're going to export our connect cloudinary function so that other part of the application can have access to it. Export defaults connect cloudinary. And in our server.js, we're going to call our connect cloudinary function. So here, connect cloudinary.js. Okay. So now that we've set up our cloudinary, we're going to close all of this. Now in our middleware, we're going to create a file, and I'm going to name it Malta.js. I'll click enter. As I said earlier, Malta is a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js. So we're going to be using it to process our image. So first thing we need to do here is to import Malta package to undo file upload. We're going to import Malta from Malta package. Then we're going to configure the storage setting for uploaded file. So const storage will be equal to multi dot this storage, open our brackets, then open our curly braces. We need to define the finding function to set how the uploaded file should be named. So here we're going to have file name of a function, open our brackets, request, comma, file, and callback. And now we're going to use the original file name of the uploaded file. So callback would be, we'll pass null, comma, file dot original name. After all of this, we're now going to create an upload instance using the defined storage configuration. So const upload will be equal to multi, then we'll have a curly braces, storage, then we'll export the default upload. So export default upload. So now that we're done with our multi, we're going to close this and we'll start by creating functions. So in our controller function, I would create, in our controller folder, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to name it user controllers.js. So right here, we're going to create the function that will undo admin login. And here, we're going to name the function admin login, const admin login. It's going to be an arrow function, an asynchronous arrow function, and it will request, and we'll pass request and respond as the parameter. So we'll use our try catch statement. So now that we have our user controllers, we're going to create routes for this as well. I'll create a new file and we're going to name the file user routes.js. So here we're going to set up our routes. First, we need to import Express for Express package to undo server requests. So from Express, and then the admin login here that we have in our user controllers, we need to export it. So here we're going to export the function admin login, and we're going to use the function here, import admin login from controllers.js, from controller folder and user controller file.js. Then we're going to create our router, const user router will be equal to express.router. Then we'll set up the route to access the admin login function. User router dot post method. Then our API endpoint will be /admin, comma, our function admin login. Then we're going to export our route so that other part of the application can make use of it. Export default user router. So now that we have it here in our server.js, we're going to define the route for handling our user router API request. So that's going to be after our express. So here we're going to have app.use, open our bracket, then our API endpoint /API/user, comma, then we're going to call our user router. So user router has been imported. Make sure it ends with .js so that you won't have any error. Now to test if this is working, let us send the message response.json success. We'll set this to true. Message login admin successful. So to test if this is working, we're going to use an extension. We're going to use a tool, and the name of this is called Thunder Client. This is what we're going to use to test. So we'll click on make a new request. So right here, we're using the post method, and we need to get our, and in the URL, we're going to have HTTPS slash API slash user slash admin. And now, so we're going to use our body here. So let me just make this smaller so that we can have a larger screen. Remember that we are requesting, okay, right here, this is what we have. We have not written the logic yet. So if I click on send now, okay, connection stopped. Okay, let's see, let's restart our server. Okay, this has restarted. Now if I click on send, we're going to get success true, message login admin successful. It means that this API, the function here, we're able to call the function using this endpoint here that we have in our server. Okay, so now we can now write the function to create for admin to log in. So first off, in our .env file that we have here, we need to store the admin email and password. So here we're going to have admin underscore email, and you're just going to use any email. In this case, we're going to use demo tutorial at gmail.com, and we're going to have our admin password as well, which is going to almost be the same. Admin password. So admin password will be equal to, we're just going to use a demo password, demo 12345, something like that. So now back to our user controllers, we're going to write our function, the function that is going to undo admin login. Okay, so first off, in our try catch, we need to extract email and password from request body. So we're going to have const email, comma, passwords will be equals to request.body. And then we're going to check if the email and password match the stored admin credential, the one we just stored in our env file. We use an if statement to check if email equals process.env dot admin email and password equals process.env dot admin password. If it matches, then we're going to create a JWT token for the admin. So we're going to have const token will be equal to JWT dot, not JSON web token, JWT dot sign, open our brackets, email, concatenate it with password, then process dot env dot our JWT secret key, which we are here to create, but we're going to do that now. JWT underscore secrets. Okay, so we're going to create that now in our env file. And before that, we need to ensure that we import this JWT here. So we're going to get that right here. Import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, import JWT from JSON web token package. And back here in our env file, we're going to have our JWT secrets that I copied now. And I'm just going to give it tutorial because that is what this is. Tutorial. Back to our user controllers. Okay. So this is an if statement to check if the email that the user is trying to log in with matches with the email that the admin has stored in our env file, and if the password matches with the admin password in our env file. If it does, we want to create a token. And if it doesn't, so here we're going to have an else statement. We want to generate a response .json. The success here will be false, comma. We want to generate a message as well. Message is going to be invalid credentials. We're going to have message. Okay, this is supposed to be a bracket, not so a bracket, then success false. Add a comma. Message is going to be error invalid login details. Invalid login details. Okay, and if it is, we skipped that earlier. If it is, we want to generate a response as well. Response.json. Success will be true, comma, the token, and we can add a message as well to say login successful. Okay, and if there's any error with our try block, we are going to log our error in the console, error, and we'll generate a response for the error as well. Response.json, success false. Message would be error.message. So this is for our user controllers. So now let's test. Now this is what we have. So for our admin, we need to log in, right? So right here, let me make this bigger. Oh, we'll start with our email. Email is going to be the email that we have here. Comma. We'll have our passwords to be this as well. We're going to get the password from our env file, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so if we're using our post method, right, if I click on send, you can see success true, message login admin successful. So now we're getting success true, login admin successful, but we don't have the token. So I think we're running into a small error here. Let us see what the error is. Cannot set headers after they are sent to clients. Okay, I think the problem here is we have this response here. Okay, let me delete this message as well, but we can leave it. Now let's try again. If I click on send now, you can see, okay, that was the reason, because we had another response on top before our try catch. So here, success is true. We have the token generated for the admin. We have our message login successful. So this is working perfectly well. Next thing we need to do is to authenticate the admin. So this is working. Let's continue. I'm going to reduce this back. Now we need to authenticate our admin to ensure that the admin, only admin have access. We need to extract the token from request headers. So let me close this user controllers. I'll close this .env file, route, and all of that. So now in our config, no, not in the config, in the middleware, we're going to create another file, and I'm going to name it admin alt.js. I forgot to add .js. So this authentication is to ensure that when the admin logs in and the token has been saved, the admin can have access to do some things like adding products, removing products. That is what the authentication is for. So first, we're going to create a function, a middleware function to authenticate our admin. I'm going to name the function admin alt. So here, const admin alt will be equals to, it's going to be an asynchronous arrow function, and the parameters are going to be request, respond, and next. So first off, the usual try catch statement. In our try statement, we need to extract token from request headers. So const tokens to be equal to request.headers. If no token is provided, we want to return an unauthorized response. So if not token, return response.json. Success will be false, message will be unauthorized. Success false, message unauthorized user. And if there is token, we're going to, let me close this. If there's token, we're going to verify the token using the secret key stored in our environments variable. So const, we're going to create a variable token decode will be equal to jwt dot verify, open a bracket, and we're going to pass token, comma, process dot env dot jwt underscore secrets. Okay. And now we'll check if the decoded token matches with the admin credentials, that is the email and password. We're going to use an if statement to do that. Token decode, if it is not equal to process dot env dot admin email, concatenate it with process dot env dot admin password. So now we're going to export this so that it can be used in other protected routes. We're going to have export defaults admin auth. Okay, so the first thing we did, now we need to import the JWT that we're using. So we're going to import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, so first thing we did is to create a middleware function to authenticate our admin user to ensure that admin can have access to some things. Then we use our try catch block as usual. First, we extracted the tokens from request headers. If no token is available, if not token, we want to generate a response that the user is unauthorized. And if the token is available here, we are verifying the token using the secret key that we stored in our environment variable. Okay. And now we're using an if statement to check if the decoded token matches the admin credentials, which is the email and password. If it doesn't, that's why we have not here. If it doesn't, want to display a message, user is not authorized. And if it does, want to move to the next step. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to generate an error response. So this is for admin auth. We're going to use it in protected routes like adding products, removing a product in the admin panel, adding a product from the admin panel to save in the database and to display on the front end, those kind of stuff, etc. Now, the next thing that we need to do is to add products to front end. So I'm going to close this as well. Now we'll start with our controllers here, and we're going to create product controllers. So we're going to create product controllers. .js. But before writing any function, we need to create our model. So we'll head to model file, and we're going to create product models.js. In our product model, we're going to create our product schema. But first, we need to import Mongoose package from Mongoose. So import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we'll create the schema for our products in our database. So const product schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema, open our brackets, then our curly braces, which is going to contain our objects. So first will be the name, and the type will be string, required will be true because it's required true. Then we're going to have the price as well. So add a comma after the curly braces, price. The type here will be number. Required will be true as well. True. We'll add a comma as well. Then we're going to have description. The type will be string, required to be true. So instead of having to type and type, I'm just going to copy and paste this. Then we'll have our image for our product. The type will be string, required to be true. Then we'll have the category, type string, required true. And finally, we'll have the date. And the type is going to be number. So I'm just going to copy this that we have here, and I'm going to paste it here. And now we're going to create a Mongoose model for the product collection. So we're going to check if the product already exists, we would use it. Otherwise, we're going to create a new one. So we're going to have const product model will be equal to mongoose dot models dot products or mongoose dot model into bracket the product model, comma, we use our product schema. Okay, after this, we are now going to export the product model to use another part of the application. So we're going to have export default product model. So after creating our model, we're now going to write all our functions to add products to the front end from the back end, to get the list of product, to remove product, and to get single product. So what we're going to do here is to write a function. It's going to be an asynchronous function. First, we need to create a function to add a new product. So add products will be equal to async arrow function, and the parameters are going to be requests and respond. Then we'll create the second function, which is to get the lists of products. It's going to retrieve all products from the database, and we're going to send them in our response. So const lists products will be equal to async. Parameter will be request and respond. Then we'll have const, another function to remove a product. We're going to find the product by its ID, and we're going to delete it from the database. So here it's going to be const remove products will be equal to async request and respond. Then we're going to create another function to fetch the detail of a single product. Okay, so we're going to have const single products will be equal to async requests or respond. Then we'll create our arrow function. So for each of these functions, now we're going to export them. Export add product, lists products, remove products, and single products. Okay, now the next thing, first we're going to test each of this function if it's working. However, we can test, we need an API endpoint to access each of these functions. So we're going to create the product route for each of them. In the routes folder, we'll create a file, and we're going to name it product routes.js. In our product routes, we need to import express from express package. And then we're going to import all the functions that we want to create endpoint for. So we'll head back to the controllers, and we're just going to copy each of this, every single one of them, and we'll paste this here. So from dot dot forward slash dot forward slash no dot dot forward slash dot dot forward slash no dot dot forward slash controllers slash product controllers.js. Always add .js so that you won't have any error. And also we're going to import our upload function from our middleware, the one that we created here in multi.js. Okay, so that we can store images. So we're going to import upload from dot dot forward slash middleware slash multi.js. So here multi.js. And also we need to import our admin authentication, because we want to ensure that only admin can add products and also remove products. Every other person can get the list of products without authentication, or can fetch for a single product, but only admin can add to products and remove products. So we are going to import admin auths from admin auths from dot dot forward slash middleware slash admin alt.js. Okay, so now we are going to create an instance of our express router. So const products router be equal to express.router. Then we're now going to create the product routes for each of the functions. So we're going to have product router dot post method. We're using post method to send a product, to add a product to our database. So the API endpoint is going to be add, comma. Here we want to ensure that we can upload. We'll call the upload function dot single into brackets image. We want to upload just a single image. Also, we'll add the admin authentication to it to ensure that only admin can add product. And we're going to call the function itself add products. Okay, so that is for the first one. Second, we're going to have product router dot get method. We want to fetch the lists of all the products that we have in our database. API endpoint will be lists, and we'll call the function list products. Then we'll go over to the next one. The next one will be product router dot post method. API endpoint will be remove because we want to delete. This is for deleting, and we'll add our authentication admin alt to ensure that only admin can delete, and we'll call the function remove products. The next one will be for single products. Product router dot get. We want to get the detail of the product slash single. That is the API endpoint, and we're going to pass the function single products. Now we're going to export our product routers to be used in another part of the application. So export default product router. Now that we've created the API endpoint for each of these functions, we'll head over to our server.js, which is our entry point, and we are going to add it here. So here we're going to have app.use. The API endpoint for the product route itself will be /API/products, add a comma, and we'll call our product routes products router. Okay, and if we check here, it has been imported. Always ensure that it comes with .js. If it doesn't, just add .js yourself. So now let's test. Now that we've set up the routes to access the functions that we have in for our product controllers. So you know what we're using to test our Thunder client. And right here, let me minimize this so that I can have a larger screen. Okay, so we'll head back here to add products, right? So let's just send a message, response.json success true message added to products. I don't know, something like that. What a typo error. Okay, so remember that we're going to use the post method to add. So this is the post method. Now this is going to be http localhost port 4000 ap/api/ this is going to be products/add. If I click on send, connection was interrupted. Okay, let's restart our server. So now if I click on send, we're going to get success false message unauthorized user. And the reason why we're getting this is because in our admin authentication, we want to ensure that there is a token available. The admin is logged in. So first off, to test this, we are going to get the token from request.headers. That means that we need to first log in the admin details to have access. We need to ensure that the admin details is stored in our headers to have access to add-in products. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to use the post method to log in. So here is going to be /user/admin, which we have tried yesterday when I was recording this. Okay, so this is still the, so I'm going to click on send now. This is the token. We're going to copy this token now. that is generated for the admin, and we'll head to headers. We'll come right here in the headers. Let me make this small. In the headers, we're going to type in token, and the token we're going to paste what we just copied. Okay, now that we have that in token, in the body, we're not going to have nothing. Let me just delete this. Okay, now we want to have access to these protected routes for our product controllers, and it's going to be to add to products, right? It's going to be slash product slash add. If I click on send, we're going to get success through message added to product. Okay, reason being that in our product controllers, in our product route, we already added an admin authentication to ensure that only admin that is logged in can have access to add products. Only when the token is saved can the admin have access. Only a registered user and a person with the right credentials to the admin panel can have access to add to products. Okay, so let's say we remove the authentication that we have here now. Okay, and now we head back here, and in our headers, let's say I cancel this. Now we have no authentication, right? And we just click on send. Okay, our server is just restarted. Okay, so if I click on send, we're going to get success through message added to product. Remember that I just removed the token, which means that anybody can have access to the add to product. If I just do Ctrl Z, we are back to adding authentication to our products. Okay, without the token, no one can have access to add products. So now if I click on send now, send, we're going to get success false message unauthorized user. Okay, so now that we understand this now, we can now write the function to add to product and ensure that there's a token when we're testing this out. So let me enlarge this back and let's write our function to add products. So right here, we'll start with our try catch statement. Try catch. In our try block, we are going to extract product details from request body. So we're going to have const name, comma, we need the price, comma, description, comma, we need the category as well. And this will be equal to request.body. Then we're going to extract the image URL as well, but first we need to define our image. Let's image URL equals an empty string. Then we're going to check if image is available. We want to upload it to our Cloudinary, and if there is no image, we're going to use a placeholder to replace the image. So we'll use an if else statement. So if else, for the if condition, if image is available, and then we want to we'll create a variable, let result be equal to upload the image to Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload into brackets the image dot path, add a comma, then the resource type underscore type will be image. Now we're going to use the image URL will be results dot secure URL underscore URL. Okay, else the image URL will be replaced by a placeholder, just a regular placeholder, https://var.placeholder.com/150. This is just a dummy placeholder. Okay. Then after this, we're going to create a new product object with all the necessary details. So we're going to name that product data const. Product data will be equal to name, description, description, I hope you didn't import anything. Okay, description, comma, category, comma, price, And we must ensure that the price must be a number. So here, number, then we'll pass price, comma. We'll have the image, which is going to be our image URL, comma, the dates. We need to save it as the current date stamp. So we use the dates.now method. Now, we are now going to log the product data in our console. So log in console product data. After this, we'll create a new product instance to save it to the database. So we're going to have const product will be equal to new product.model product model. We're going to import product model. So let's not forget that. Product data. Then now we'll save it. Wait. Products.save. Okay, so we've saved this to our database. If this is successful, we're going to generate a response to say success true message product added successfully. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to generate a response. First in the console, we log the response in our console, error. Then we generate a response as well. Success will be false. Message could not add products. Let's just say that. Cannot add products. So now we're going to test this by adding products here. Let's see, do we have a token? We have no token. So we need to log in again. So this is going to be localhost port 4000/API/user/admin. I'm going to select this. And in the body, we'll paste this. I cut this earlier. The email and password that we're getting from our env package here. The admin email and admin password. So let's log in so that we can generate a token. So we're going to copy this token now, and we're going to save this in our headers as token. The value, we'll place it here. Then in our body, let's head back here. In our product controllers, the function to add product, we need to extract the name, price, description, category, and from request.body, and also the image as well. So while testing now, in the body, we're going to have, let's try using it as a form right here. So let's say the name and the sample, the value is going to be testing. This is just to test. You can either use it as a form or as JSON. So price, let's say 14 or 12. What else do we need? We need description and category, then the image. So description will still be testing description, and the category would be, let's say, pizza. Then we're going to add an image. We'll click on file, image, and we're going to choose from our file. We're just going to choose this image here. We'll click on open. Now the image has been added. If we click on send now, okay, cannot the structure property email of requested body. Oh, our endpoint is not what we're supposed to use. It's supposed to be, we're using the post method https port 4000/API/products. I missed that /products/add. So now if I click on send now, okay, so we're getting an error, type error, remove product.json is not a function in product controllers. Let's see. Oh, this is supposed to be response.json. So let our server restart now. Connection has been secured now, so let's send again and test. Cannot add products. Okay, so we're getting an error, cannot add products. And right here, if we check our terminal, we can see that the reference error is that image is not defined. So we missed defining our image. So right here, we need to get our image from file. So we're going to have const image will be equal to request.file. This should suffice. Now let's test again. Our server has restarted. Connection has secured. If I click on send now, we have another error, cannot add products, because product model is not defined. We need to define product model here. When coding, error is your friend. Always check. So here we're going to have product model from our models from // models / products model.js. So with this now, our server has restarted. And also, we are uploading our image to Cloudinary. So we missed importing Cloudinary as well. So after our product model, we need to import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary package. Okay, now let's test. So if I click on send now, you can see success is true. Message product added successfully. And in our console, we are getting the object, the product data object, from the name to the description to the category to the price to the image and to the date. Okay, so now we've imported our product model, Cloudinary, we've defined our image, gotten our details from request.body. So this function is working. Next thing is the list product function. So for our list product now, we'll start with our try catch statements. And in our try block, we're going to fetch all products from the database. So we're going to have const products will be equal to await product model dot find, open our brackets, we want to find all the objects, and we're going to generate the response .json. The success will be true, and we're going to display all the products. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will be responsible for that. We'll log the error in console, and we want to generate the response as well. Success will be false. Message would be error.message. Okay. Now let's test this as well. So for this, the API endpoint is, we're using the get method, and the API endpoint is /list. So back here, this is going to be /list, and we're going to use the get method because we want to fetch products. Let's make this bigger. Okay, if I click on send now, we should have all the products that has been added. We added just 2 products. Success true. This is the product array that includes all the objects. This is the first product and this is the second product, although they have the same name. So let's send other product as well using the post method, and we'll change the API endpoint to add. So we'll change this to testing name. We want to add more products. Price will be 14, testing description, category would be drinks. We'll leave the image as it is. If I click on send here, this product has been added to cart. That means we have 3 products now. Let's say testing sample, and the price is 16. Testing sample. For the description, testing sample, and the category here would be chicken. We're just going to leave the image as it is. We'll click on send, product added successfully. Now let's see if we can get the 4 products from our database using the get method, and we'll change our API endpoint to be localhost port 4000/API/product/list. If I click on send now, we are going to get 4. Okay, this is the first one with the ID, the name, the price, the description, image. Because we're using the free version of Thunder Client, we're not able to send the actual image, but it's going to be saved in Cloudinary, and we'll be able to extract it in our admin panel. Okay, this is category pizza. This is the date in real time. This is the same thing here. Now this is the third one, testing name, price here, description, the image, the category is drink, and the dates. The last one, testing sample, price is 16, description, category is chicken. As you can see, we're able to fetch the list of the products. So let's enlarge back and get back to coding. Now the next function that we need to work on is to remove products by ID. So we would continue with our try catch block. Try catch statements. In the try block, we want to delete products by ID from our database. So it's going to be await product model dot find by ID and delete. request dot body dot underscore ID. We want to get the product ID before we delete it. Then we generate the response once this is successful. So this is response.json success true. On the message would be products removed. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in console and generate a response. So this is it right here. So let's test this now. Now we have the list of all the products here. So this is the first product, this is the ID. Let's say we want to delete this product here. So we'll add here to our JSON file. Let me cut this off. And let's recopy this. Now I'm going to copy this ID now. Then we'll head here to our JSON file. Then I'll cut this. Yes, underscore ID in a quotes underscore ID, and we'll paste the ID of what we just copied. Then we'll go back to our product route. Let's see the method we're using. We're using post method. API endpoint is /remove. So we'll come here /remove, and we're using the post method. We want to remove this product here that has the price of 12, description, testing description, category, pizza. If I click on send, we should get the message success true, message product removed. Okay, you know we have two of these. If I click on send again, success is true, message product removed. The two products has been removed. Now if we want to get the list of all the products, initially we had 4 products that we've added. Now we should get just 2 products. So let's say we want to get the list of all the products, and I click on send. We're going to get 2. First is testing name, and the second will be testing sample. We've removed the product with this ID. Okay. Let's say we want to remove this product here with the name testing sample. If we remove this, we're only going to be left with 1 product when we try to fetch the product list. So let me copy the product ID that we have here. I'm going to copy this and I'll replace it here. We're going to use the post method. Our API endpoint will be remove. If I click on send now, success is true, product has been removed. Now if we're going to get the list of all the products that we have, we'll be left with just 1 product. If I click on send, we're going to be left with 1 product. Okay, so this is just what we have now. We've deleted the products with the name, testing sample, the ID, and everything has been cleared from our system. So now we are able to remove products, get the list of products, add products. We'll come back to getting the detail of a single product. So I'm going to close everything that has to do with products, controllers, everything. Now we are going to create the model for reservation. So on the model folder, we'll create reservation model .js. So we'll start by importing Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. So we're going to import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we'll define the schema for a user reservation in MongoDB. Const reservation schema will be equal to new Mongoose dot schema, open our brackets, then we'll have our object. The name, we'll start with the name. The type will be string, required will be true. We'll add a comma. Then I'm just going to copy this for email because the type will be string, required to be true as well. Then we're going to have phone number, Ctrl Z, phone. The type will be string, required to be true. The dates, type will be string, required to be true. The time, type string, required true. And the number of guests, type string, required true. After this, we're going to export the Mongoose model for reservation schema. So we're going to export defaults Mongoose dot model reservation, comma, reservation schema. After this, we're going to create our controller for reservation. We're going to have reservation controllers.js. In our reservation controllers.js, we're going to need our reservation model. So we need to import it first so that we will not forget it. Reservation. So we've already imported reservation models from reservation, and we're going to create all the necessary functions. First, we need to create an asynchronous function to create reservation. Then we'll create the function to get all reservations, and also the function to delete reservation by ID. So the first function to create reservation is going to be an asynchronous function, async, and the parameter is going to request and respond. Second is to get all reservations. So we're going to have const get all reservation. It's going to be async. Request parameters will be request and respond. And the third, const delete reservation will be equal to async requests and respond. Then we're going to export all the functions to be used in other parts of the application. Export create reservation, get all reservation, and then delete reservation. After this, we're going to create the route to enable us to have API endpoints for each of these functions. So in our route folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to name it reservation routes.js. In our reservation route, we'll start by importing express from express package. Import express from express package. Then we'll import all the necessary functions that we need from our reservation controllers. I'm just going to come here and copy, then paste it here. So from /controllers/reservation controllers.js, and we're going to create the router. Const router will be equals to express.router. Then we'll create the API endpoint, the router for each of them. So here, router dot, we'll use the post method. Then the API endpoint to create reservation will be /create, and we'll call the function create reservation. Router dot, we use the get method to get all reservation. This is going to be get. I prefer to use get. Okay, now to delete a reservation, router dot delete. Open our bracket. Okay, this is supposed to be router, not route. API endpoints will be /delete/ID. We need an ID for this. Then delete reservation function. Then we're going to export default router. So now we are going to set up the routes in our server.js for our reservation route. So we'll come here after our product route. We're going to use app.use. Then we'll open our brackets right here. We'll open brackets. Then we'll pass our API endpoint /API/reservation, reservation routes. Okay, let's check here. Did we export it? We did. So reservations, add an S. Let's just add an S to it. Reservation routes. And I'm going to import it here. Import reservation routes from /routes / reservation routes.js. Okay, so now we're going to test the endpoints. We're going to test this route now to see if we can access it. And we'll be using Thunder Client for that. So I'll open our Thunder Client. So here we want to test for this first one. Create reservation. Let's send the response. Let's generate the response. Response.json. Success. True. Then we'll pass a message. Reservation created. Okay, now for our endpoints here, to create reservation, we're going to use the post method. So here we select the post method, and our API endpoints will not be product / list. It will be reservation /. This is to create all reservation. If we check our route again, the API endpoint is /create. So this is going to be /create. And if I click on send now, our server is still loading. Okay, so if I click on send now, we should get the message success true, message reservation created. If we test the endpoint for this as well, for this function, let me cut this here and we're going to put it in get all reservation. Reservation, let's say gotten. Right here, the endpoint will be get. To get all reservation. This is the route here, get, and we're going to be using the get method. So if I click on get method now, let our server start. If I click on send now, we're going to see message reservation gotten. Okay, so all of these functions are working. Now let's create the code, the logic that is going to enable all these functions work properly. So we'll start with the function to create our reservation. And we'll start with our try catch statement. In the try block, we'll start by destructuring reservation field from the request.body. So we're going to have const. We need the name, email, phone number, dates, time, and guests to be equal to request.body. Then we use an if statement to validate if any of the fields are missing. If they are missing, we're going to generate a response saying all fields are required. So we use an if statement to check if not name or not email or not phone or not date, not time, and not guests or not guests. They want to generate a response saying that all fields are required. So we're going to return response.json success false message all fields are required. After validation, if all the fields are filled, we are going to create a new reservation instance using our reservation model. So I'm going to uncomment this. So right here, we're going to have const new reservation will be equal to new reservation open our brackets, and we'll pass the name, email, phone number, dates, time and guests. Guests. And next thing is to save the new reservation to the database. So we're going to use await new reservation dot save method. So this is the function to create reservation. Now, if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in console. So we're going to log the error, and we'll generate a response as well. Response.json error.message. So here we're going to have, I'm going to cut this, Ctrl S, error will be error.message. Message will be error.message. Will be error.message. Now let's test the create reservation function. So open our, and here we want to create. We'll use the post method, and right here, let me minimize this so that we can have a larger screen. Okay, so let's try using the form. The first field name is new. Let's say testing, and email tests@gmail.com. And we'll have the phone number. Then we'll have the phone number. So phone, let's just have like a random testing phone number. Then we'll have the date. So the dates, let's say 12th of, I don't know, 2025. The time, we're just going to pick 9 a.m. and guests, let's say 3. Let's click on send. Okay, so our server is here to restart. So let's try and make a change so that the server can restart. So now that we have a connection, if I click on send, okay, cannot the structure property name of requested body as it is undefined. Okay, so let's use JSON file. So now we're going to have name, we give it testing, email, we'll get test@gmail.com. Then we'll have phone, just a random number, and we'll have dates, which is going to be 12/05/2025, and we'll have time, let's say 9 a.m. and we'll have our guests, let's say 2. If I click on send now, let's see what we have. Right, so if I click on send, you can see message reservation created successfully, and the reservation, we have the name, the email, the phone number, the date, time, number of guests. So let's create another reservation. We're testing sample, and the email will be testingsample@gmail.com. Let's change the date to 16th, and this will be 12 a.m. or 1, I don't know, number of guests, let's say 6, and we click on send. We're going to get the same thing, reservation created successfully, and we're going to get the reservation. Okay, so now we're going to write the function to get all reservations that we have saved in our database. So right here, we start with our try catch statements, and in the try block, we are going to use Mongoose model to fetch all reservation documents from the database. So it's going to be const reservations will be equal to await reservation model dot find method, and after this we're going to send the fetch reservation back in the response. So we're going to have response.json reservations. If there is any error with our try block, our catch block would generate a response. Response.json message error fetching reservations. Okay. So now we're going to test this. We're going to use the get method because in our routes we're using the get method, and to get a reservation, this is the API endpoint. So we head here in the get method slash reservation slash get. So if I click on send now, let me reduce this. We're going to get the 2 reservations that has been made. We're going to get all of the reservations that we have tested for. So we've been testing for all these reservations here. We've tested for this, for this, for this, for this, for this. But the one I tested, I recorded, are these 2. The name, this one here, testing and testing sample. Okay. So now the next thing is to create the function to delete a reservation by ID. So we're going to delete all these reservations. So we'll head back here. And in the function to delete reservation, we'll start with our try catch statement. So try catch. In the try block, we need to get the ID of the reservation from parameters. So const ID will be equals to request.params. And we're going to find the ID of that particular reservation, that specific reservation, and we'll delete it in our database. So we're going to use await reservation dot reservation models dot find by ID and delete into brackets ID, and we'll generate a response.json. We'll generate the message reservation removed. If there's any error with the try block, the catch block will generate the response to inform us that there is an error, and the error would be error deleting reservation. Okay, so now we have the function to delete reservation. So we'll now move to the admin. I'm going to close everything that has to do with our backend, and we'll open our admin folder so that we can work on our admin. On the admin panel, I'm going to right click on the folder and open it in integrated terminal. And we're going to run this command. npm create vit at latest full stop. Then we press enter. We'll select our framework, which is React. Then we'll select the variant JavaScript. Now we'll run this command, npm install. So now that we've installed React package, let's install all the necessary packages that we need. We need Tailwind, we need React icon, and we also need Axios. So we'll visit the Tailwind CSS official website and also React icon. And we're going to install. We'll go to documentation. In the front end, we already installed Tailwind, so this will be an easy process. In your terminal, you paste what you're about to copy here. So we'll paste it here in the terminal, and we're going to install. And in our vis.config.cs file, we'll copy this line up, and I'm going to open this. I will paste it here. In our case, it's .js because we're using JavaScript. I'll copy the Tailwind CSS plugin as well, and I will paste it. After React, I'll paste this right here. Okay, so our Tailwind is still installing, and in the CSS, we'll have this as well. So in our source folder, index.css, I'm just going to delete everything that is here, and I'll paste this. Then we'll run our terminal. Okay, we need to install React icon before we run our terminal. Okay, so Tailwind has been added. Now we'll install React icon. And we also need to install Toast container for Toast notification. So we'll install React Toastify. I'll click on copy the installation code. Then I'll paste it in the terminal. So while this is installing, I'm going to do our cleanup. RAFC to create React snippets. After CSS, we're going to delete this. Okay, and our index of CSS, you can see React icon has been installed, Tailwind has been installed. In our index of CSS, we're going to change the title to Emerald Distro. Okay. And now we are going to style. Let's test if the CSS is working. So H1, I'll use this text. Subscribe to my channel. Okay. So we'll start on our class name. Let's say text to Excel. Font to be bold. And text color, let's use amber 400. Now let's run the terminal. Before running the terminal, we need to install Axios. Okay, so npm install Axios. So now we've installed Axios. Let's see everything that we've installed. We have Axios, React icon, React router DOM, and Tailwind CSS. And we need to install React router DOM as well so that we can navigate between pages, because we're going to have the page to add product, the page to fetch product list, and all of that. So React router DOM. So you visit the official website, then you copy the installation code as well, and we'll paste it in our terminal, React router DOM. Before we now open our terminal in our local browser. So once this has been installed, while all of this is installing, we are going to create our projects folder. So we installed Axios earlier. Axios is used to make HTTP requests to external API or backend service. So Axios helps us send, post, put, delete requests. It handles promises and synchronous data easily. So that is what we're going to be using Axios for, to make requests. It's going to undo requests from our API. Okay, so now that we've installed everything that we need, we're going to run npm run dev, and then I'll press enter. Okay, so this is the link. We'll click on follow link, but before clicking on follow link, you can see here that we have port 5173 is in use. Try using another one, and it's giving us this option to use this port 5174. And we're getting this because in our front end, this is our front end file, right? This is front end that we have here. Okay, the port is 5173, and now for our admin, it's giving us the option to use 5174. So now, before I click on the link, we need to ensure that our admin port remains as 5174 and the front end remains as 5173. So you click on vit.config.js. After this, you're going to have server, and we're going to set the port to 5174. Okay, so our server is going to restart now. I'm going to copy this, and I'll do the same for the front end. And the front end server will be 5173. Okay, so we've created the server like this. Now this server has been restarted, so I'm going to stop this server now, and I'm going to run the command npm run dev again. Okay, so we'll click on this now, and this is what we're going to have. Remember, we've started with Tailwind CSS, and the text that we have here is subscribe to my channel. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do. So now we can get started with writing other codes that matter. Now that we have everything, in our source folder, we'll create the file, a folder, and the folder name will be components. Then we'll create another page, and we'll name it pages. Then for our assets, we need, I'll delete this, we need an image that is going to represent the upload. So we need this image. I'm going to copy this image now and paste it in the asset folder. Now in our components, we're going to create every component that matters that we're going to use. So I'll create a new file. The first one will be login.gsx, then refc to create React snippets, and we're going to have sidebar as well, sidebar.gsx for our sidebar. Then in the pages, we're going to have the add menu page.gsx, refc, and we'll create another file for the admin table, which is also the reservation.gsx, refc, and we'll have the list menu as well, .gsx, refc. Okay, so we'll start with the login page. We'll start with our login page. So let me cancel what we have here, and I'm going to mount the login component here. Login. Okay. So before that, we need to define our backend URL, right? So we're going to have const backend URL, but we want to use it in other parts of our application. So we use exports const backend URL to be equal to our backend address, which is http://localhost port 4000. Okay, so now let's create our login page. For the login page, let me delete this. We'll create our div tag, and in the div tag we'll have another div tag. Then we'll have an h1 tag that will take this text admin login. After the h1 tag, we'll now have our form tag. And in between the form tag, we'll have two div tags. So let's just have the first one, div tag here, and we'll have a p tag. The p tag is going to take email address, and then we'll have our inputs for texts. The email address, inputs for email, inputs for email. We'll have our placeholder enter email, and also it's going to be required. Then we are going to have our password input field. So I'm going to copy this div here, and I'm going to paste it here, and this is going to be password. Input, the type is going to be password as well, and the placeholder will be enter password. Okay, after this two div, we'll have our button. It's a submit button, and the text will be login. Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, so this is what we have now. Now let's start our login. So we'll start with this div tag, class name, display will be flex, justify, center, all the items will be at the center. Minimum height will be the screen size, and the background color will be gray, 100. Then the next div tag here, we have class name, background color will be white. We'll have a medium shadow, and we'll have a border, a large border around it, rounded LG. PX will be 8, PY will be 6, and the width will be full. Width full, max width will be empty. Now for the H1 tag, we have our class name, text will be 2XL, fonts bold, text will be at the center, and the text color will be gray, 800, margin bottom will be 4. Then for this div tag that we have here, the margin bottom will be 4. So we have class name, margin bottom 4. The p tag, let's select this. Okay. So class name, text will be small. The fonts will be semi-bold. Text color will be gray. 600. Those are the space. Okay, and we'll have a margin bottom of 2. And for our input field, class name, the width will be 95%. PX will be 3, PY will be 2. We'll have a border, and the border color gray, 300. Once a border radius around it. The text will be small. On focus, outline will be none. And on focus, the border color will be gray 800. So focus, border, gray 800. Okay. So we're going to use the same styling here for the second div tag. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. This p tag as well. We'll do the same. We'll copy this and I'll paste it here where we have the p tag. And I'll do the same thing for the input field because we're using the same styling. So I'll just copy it from here and I'm going to paste it right here. Now we'll start with the button. So here we'll have class name. The width will be full. PX will be 3. PY will be 2. The text will be large. The font will be bold. The background color will be amber. 500. And we'll have rounded empty. So now this is what we have. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create a state variable and a setter function that would hold email, that will store email, and a setter function that will update email when there's a change. We'll do the same for password and set password. So we're going to have const email, set email will be equal to use state. By default, we want it to store nothing. Then we have const password, setter function, set password. By default as well, use state to store an empty string. Okay. Then on each of the input fields for both email and password, let's start with email. Right here, we are going to bind the value with the state variable that we have. So value here will be the email, and we use an onChange method to update the input when there is a change using the set email. When there's a change in value using the set email, so we're going to have onChange if an event occurs, which is if there's a change, set email to e.target.value. Do the same for passwords. Value will be password. Change method to update any changes that is being made. Call our events. Set password will be e.target.value as well. Okay. Next thing on the list is our sidebar. Let me cancel every other page that is open. List menu, index.css. Now to our sidebar. So in the sidebar, I'll clear this one. We'll use a div tag. We'll start with a div tag here. And in this div tag, we'll have an h2 tag. And it's going to take the title Emerald Bistro. After this div tag here, we'll have another div tag that will contain our nav link. So we'll use nav link from React Router DOM. So let me import. I'm going to import nav link from React Router DOM. Okay, to ensure that there is no error, we need to wrap our application. We need to wrap browser router around our application. So I'm just going to delete the strict mode that we have here. Turn this to a comment, and here we'll have browser router from React Router DOM, and we'll wrap it around our application. Okay, since we're already using nav link from React Router DOM. Okay. Then in our nav link, we're going to have icons and text. So the first icon would be circle outline. Let's see. We've installed React icon, so okay, so it's not giving me what I want. So I'm just going to type in the entire thing. IOMD add circle outline. Okay, that's correct. And we're going to close this, and then we'll have a p tag that would say add menu. Okay, this is for the first nav link. We're yet to set the paths where the nav link will lead us to, so we're going to come back to that after we have set up our route in our app.jsx. Okay, after this we are going to have another nav link that will lead us to the lists menu. We'll have nav link again, and for this we're using the list bullets add icon. So let me see, lists bullets add. Okay, from MD. So okay, the best thing is I have these icons already, so I'm just going to paste it right here. Okay, this is the icon, and then the name would be menu lists. Okay, then we'll have the third link, nav link. There should be a space in between all of this so that our code will not be jam packed. Then our icon here will be for, we're going to use the same icon for this list since we're getting reservation lists. And our p tag, the text will be reservations. After the nav link, then we'll have a button to log out. And in the button, we'll use the logout icon. And this is the text. And we'll have a p tag that will say log out. Okay, now we need to import all of these icons. Okay, I'm just going to paste them here. If you're wondering where I'm getting these icons, visit the official website here. You visit React icons.github. Okay, you visit this website, React icons.github.io/React icons. You're going to see several icons that you can choose from based on what you want to use it for. Okay, so we have like several icons here that you can use. So this is where I'm getting all of these icons that I'm using. So like the list icon now, bullets. Okay, if I just type in bullets or I just type in list, I'm going to get, so this is the icon that I'm using for the list icon. You're going to copy this, paste it at the upper section of your code. I've done that. And you're going to copy the icon tag and paste it wherever you need it, which is the same thing that I've done here. Okay, so let's use another icon for the reservation, right, so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Let's say I want to use this icon for our reservation. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it right here. Then I'll copy the icon tag and I'm going to paste it where I need it. So here I need this for reservation. I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Right, and we're going to have this icon. Okay, it's that simple. Just visit the official website, type in whatever you want, and there are several icons that you can choose from. So let's continue with our project. Now that we have our sidebar, I'm going to mount it here, but we're still going to do some restructuring. But for now, let's see what we are doing. So our sidebar would be in our app.jsx. So this is what we have in the sidebar. Okay, so let's do some restructuring before we now start to style the sidebar. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to ensure that the user is logged in before they can access our sidebar. Okay, and to ensure that the user is logged in, we need to get their token, because while we were testing at the backend for admin login, we generated a token for the admin that has the correct credentials, which is the email and password. So right here in our app, we're going to create a variable that would hold that token and a setter function to update the token when it changes. And by default, use state, we want to save our token in our local storage. So we're going to have local storage dot get item. I want to get the token or nothing, an empty string. Okay, then we're now going to use effects to create a function. Then we'll call our local storage dot set item, our token, comma, token, and we'll pass token as a dependency array. Okay. So now the logic behind this is to ensure that the user is able to log in before they can access the sidebar, right? So right here, we're going to use a ternary operator to check if token is available. We want to display the sidebar. If it is not, if the token is empty, the user must log in. So here we're going to have token is empty, right? Then we want to do this, and if it is not, we want to do this. Okay, so for the first this, if it is not empty, if it is empty, is to log in, and if it is not, we want to display the sidebar. That means if right here, if the token is empty, ask the user to log in or prompt the user to log in. If it is not, we want to do this next bracket, which is to display the sidebar. But for the sidebar, we'll have a div tag because we're going to style that as well. Then we're now going to display the sidebar. So I'm going to cut this here and have the sidebar in the div tag. Okay. Now for the sidebar as well, we need to define our routes. We need to set it up because for the sidebar, we're going to be able to navigate to different pages through the sidebar, like the add menu page, list menu page, reservation page, and all of that. So we're going to come here, create another div tag. Then we'll set up our routes. So routes from React Router DOM. Then for each route without an S, the paths here, this will be add elements. We're going to render our add menu page and we'll pass token to it as well. Token will be token. So to add to the menu, token must be available. Okay, then we'll close this. So we need to import routes without an S. Then we'll do for the next page routes, the paths. The path here will be to get the lists. Elements will be equal to lists. Right, let's close this and we'll close this as well. And we need the token as well. So token will be equal to token, close this. Then for the table page, which is the reservation routes, the paths is to table, and our elements will be equal to, open our curly braces, admin table. We'll close this. Then we'll head back to, for our token will be equals to token. So now we need to ensure we have our login already. So let's make sure that the login component is functional. We'll click on login.jsx, and right here I'm going to pass set login as the parameter. Right here we're going to have set login, set token, set token. Okay, and after this we need to ensure that user is able to submit the login and also the backend is able to verify it. So create a function that's going to handle that. First, I will name the function on submit handler, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. We'll pass our event as parameter. First, we need to use our try catch statements, and in the try block, the first step is to stop the form from refreshing after each submission. E.prevent defaults. Then we're now going to make a post request to submit our email and password to our backend URL, and we'll concatenate it to the API endpoint. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await axios.posts. Oh, come on. Axios dot Axios dot. We use our post method, then we get our backend URL from app. It has imported here. Ensure that this has been imported. Okay, we've already defined it here. Backend URL, and we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint, which is /API /user /admin and we'll send the email and password. Okay. If it is successful, we'll use an if statement. If it is successful, and if response.data.success sets the token to response.data.token .data.token. Also, we need to log the response in our console even before generating. So response here. And if there's any error with our try block, our cat block will handle it. So log in the console error. Okay, so if this is, let me remove this console. Control X. Okay. So if response.data.success, if we're able to generate a response, we want to set the token to response.data.token. If we're not, so let's have an else statement here. We want to display toast error, although we have to set up our toast.error. We're going to set that up now. Response.data.message else ELSE, right? Okay. Now let's set up our toast notification. So right here, let's import toast container from React Toastify, and we're going to have our toast container here. Okay, so we can now use this here, and we're going to import toasts from React Toastify. Okay, so now we've created the function that is going to undo submitting the form, and now all we need to do is to use the submit method to submit, and we're going to call the function that we just created on submit handler. We'll call this function. Now let's try logging in and see if we log in, then the sidebar is going to be displayed. Okay, so now in our app.gsx, we added all of this, we mounted all of these components, but we did not import them here. So we need to import add menu from /pages/add menu. We need to import list menu from /pages/list menu, and we still need to import the admin table as well. Import admin table from /pages/admin table lists menu. Okay, let's see, admin table. That's the same thing that we have here. Okay, the n, we're missing the n. So now that we've done that, in our login, we're going to call set token to set token, and also for our sidebar, to ensure that we have a token, we set token as well. Okay, so now you can see that because there's no token available, we have the login page. Okay, so now if we log in with our details that we're going to get from our env file in the backend, you know, that is where we saved all our sensitive information. This is the admin email. I'll copy it and then I'll paste it in the email address, and this is the admin password. I'll copy this as well and then paste it here. If I click on login now, so once the login is successful, it will lead us to this sidebar here. Then the next thing we need to do, okay, I made a very small change. Instead of using the actual code that we had, that we're using token equals to null, then display login. I'm just going to do not token. If it is not, like if token is not available, it's still the same thing, right? If token is not available, display the login form, and if it says display the sidebar, because token is available, we're able to see the sidebar. Okay, so now we're going to style this page here. So we're going to style class name. The background color for this will be white. The minimum height will be our screen size, and also the div that we have here. Class name display here will be flex. The width will be full. And for the sidebar, we'll have our class name. The width will take 70% of our screen. Margin left, we'll set a margin left of maximum 5 VW, 25 pixels. And we'll have MY will be 8, margin on Y axis. All text will be black, text black, and the text size will be this. So now we're going to style our sidebar, and also right here, we already add our token here. So in the sidebar as well, we're going to pass set token. Okay. So we'll start styling the sidebar. So class name, the width will take 22. Oh, class name, the width will take 22%. 22%. Minimum height will be our screen size. We'll have a border on the right, and we'll set it to 2. There should be a space between that, and the border color will be gray. So border gray 200. We'll set the background color of the sidebar to white. And then for this div tag, we'll have our class name. Margin top, we'll set it to 4. PX will be 6. And our H2 tag, class name. Oh, class name. The same goes for this. So I'm going to cut this control guys. Class name. Okay, so let's continue. For our H2 tag, we'll set the text to 32 pixels, and the fonts will be bold. And for the div tag here, that wraps all the link, we'll style this. Display will be flex direction, colon. We'll have a gap of 4, padding top of 6. Then for the nav link, we're going to start the nav link at once. So I'm just going to highlight this nav link here, then select all. Okay, it's going to select the closing tag as well, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to start the first one, then copy and paste to the rest. So here, class name, Okay, display will be flex. Items will be at the center with a gap of 3. PX will be 6. PY will be 3. We'll have a border at the bottom, border bottom 2, and border color, border gray, 200. Text to be gray, 600. And when you hover on it, we want to the background color. Let's give a amber, 500. And if you hover as well, I want to change the text color to white. Okay. Now the icon as well, I'm going to style it. Okay. So for this nav link, before we continue, we need to set the parts where the nav link is going to lead us to. So for the first one, this is going to lead us to our add page. We've already done that route here. We've set up our route here. So if you click on this link, whether it's the icon, if you click on this entire thing, it's going to lead you to the add page. Okay, back to styling. For the icon, we'll style class name. Text size will take 35 pixels. Text color will be black. Now for the p tag, okay, I already did the styling. I don't know if I recorded it, but this is the styling for our p tag. This is the styling that we're going to use. So I'm going to copy this here for the nav link, and I'll paste it. And the second nav link, I'll paste it on the third. Okay, and for the icon as well, I'm going to copy the styling, and I'll paste it here, and I'll paste it here as well, and I'll paste it here as well, the logout icon. Okay, and also the p tag, the third p tag, I'm going to paste the styling here and the styling, the same thing here. Now we need to style the button, right? So we'll have our class name, display will be flex, items, center, gap will be 3, px will be 6, py will be 3. We'll have a border at the bottom, border bottom 2, border gray, 200, text will be gray, 600. And when you hover on it, the background color should be amber, 600. If you hover, the text color should be white, and the width will be full, text on the left. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is the add page, this is the list page. Okay, we need to add all of the direction where the nav link will take us to. So here, this will take us to the lists route. This will be to the table route, the table page. I mean, ensure that the nav link route matches with the parts that you have set while setting up, the parts that you defined while setting up your route. Okay, ensure that they are matching. Okay, so if I click on it now, you can see the URL has changed and the page as well has changed. If I click on reservation, this is showing me the admin table page. If I click on add, this is showing me the add page. Now for logouts now, I'm going to use an on-click method. So here, on-click method to call our function. Let's add space so that our code will look very neat. So set token, we want to set our token to empty string. Okay, we're no longer saving anything in the token. That means the user, the admin will log out. Now that we're done with sidebar, we're going to create our add menu so that we can add items to our menu. in our add menu, remember that in our app.js we passed token here to add menu, so we're going to receive it as well. Token, we're going to use it later on. Okay, so in our add menu, we'll start with our form. I'm going to delete this action here. We'll come back to the form, then we'll create a div tag, and in the div tag we'll have a p tag, and it's going to take this text, upload image. Okay, and after that, after this div tag, we're now going to create. Okay, so the upload image is supposed to be outside the div tag. No, it's correct. Okay, upload image in the div tag. After this p tag, we'll create another div tag. In this div tag, we'll have our label, and this is label for image. In the label, we're going to have our img tag. So in the image, we're going to check if the image is not available. That is, if not image, which is what we're going to use to write the code, we're going to use a default placeholder image that I'm going to import very soon to represent the image. And if the image is selected and uploaded, we're going to create a temporary URL for the selected image, allowing it to be previewed before uploading. Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to import what we're going to use as a proxy, and here it is. Import upload image from /asset folder /upload image.png. So that's what we're going to use as proxy. Okay, so let's close this and let's continue. Now we'll have our curly braces, and if not image, as I explained earlier, if no image is available, we use our curly braces. Then we'll use upload image as a proxy, and if it is available, we want to generate a URL for the image so that we can have a peek of what the image looks like before uploading the image. Okay, after this image tag, we're going to have our input field, and in the input field, the type will be file. Okay, and the ID would be image, and it will be hidden. And after our label tag and the div tag, we're going to create another div tag. We'll have a p tag, and the p tag will be product's name. After this p tag, we're going to have an input field for the text. So the type is going to be text. The placeholder will be enter product name, and it's going to be required. Sorry guys, I have a little running nose. Okay, required. Yeah, then we'll have another div tag. We'll have our p tag that will take the text product description, and then an input field of the type text as well. The placeholder would be enter product description. Okay, and this as well will be required. Then after this, we're going to create a div tag. In the div tag, we'll create another div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a p tag, and the p tag will take this text product category. Then in the products category, we're going to have our select tag. Okay, in the selector, we're going to have our options. Option, 7 options. So the first one, all. Second will be spaghetti. The third will be pizza, so that we can filter on the front end. Okay. The fourth will be rice. The fifth will be noodles. And this will be chicken. And here we're going to have drinks. Okay. So after this div tag here, we'll now create another div tag. And our p tag is going to be product price. And then we'll have our inputs. And the type will be number, because we want to enter a number. Place order will be 30. Let's just give it 40. It's just a place order. Then after these 2 div tags, we'll have our button. And it's going to be a submit button. So the type will be submit. And here we're going to have add menu. Okay, if we check our page now, we're running into a little error. So let's debug. We'll head back to console. Reference error, image is not defined. That is very true. We need to define our image. And by doing so, we need to define other properties that we're going to need. So first, we're going to create a state variable that's going to hold image and a set of functions to update the image whenever the image changes. So we're going to have const in lowercase, const image, set of function set image, and by default use state, we're going to set the image to null. So if we head back here, we're not going to see any error again because we've already defined our image. So this is what we have now. Upload, this is the default if no image has been selected, right? Now if we select this image, you're going to see the overview. Once it's selected, this is the section for products and product description, prices. We're going to style this so that you can see the category, product price, you can increase, and the button to add menu. If you click on this button now, with one of these fields, you're going to see a message showing you that you need to fill out each of the fields. So let's style. Then after styling, we're now going to create a menu. We're going to add menu and send it to our backend. Okay. So before styling as well, we need to do something which is going to be very simple. What we're going to do is to create a state variable that is going to hold name, description, price, and category, and also a set of function to update the name, description, price, and category. Okay, and then we're going to bind it with the input field and also use an unchanged method to update our input field whenever a change is made in the field. So after the image here, we're going to have const name, comma, set name, use state would be an empty string. Then we're going to have a description, const description, comma, set description, use state, an empty string as well. Oh, this is supposed to be a form of array. No, Ctrl Z. Okay. Then for price as well, const price, set of function set price to be equal to use state. It's going to be an empty string as well. Then we'll have, lastly, we'll have the category, const category, category, set of function set category. And by default, the state should be all category. Okay, I just remember that we missed something. So if we check here now, you can see that we have nothing to display. This is because we have nothing in the text. We only created the value, so we have nothing for the text tag to show. So I'm going to copy all the things that we have here paste it in between the tags. Copy for pizza, paste it here, Copy for rice, paste it here. Noodles as well, paste. Chicken, common chicken, my fave. Paste it here. Drinks, we'll paste it here as well. Okay, so if we check now, we have something to select from. Alright, so back to our code. We'll head over to each of the input fields. Right, and then we're going to bind the value with the state variable here, and then we'll update the inputs using onChange method if to update it if there is any change. So here we'll start with the image. We'll call the onChange method. If there's any events, that means if there's any changes, set image should be e.target.files, the first file. Okay, and then for the second one, which is the name, we'll bind the value with name, and we'll use an onChange method, pass this, and we'll call set name to update if there's any e.target.value, if there's any changes made. For description as well, the value will be description onChange set description to e.target.value. Now to our category, in our select tag, we'll bind the value with category as well. Then if there's any change, we use our change method to update the category. So set category will be e.target.value. And for our price as well, so right over here, the name, the value, the value will be price, and we use our change method. Okay, then we'll call set price e.target.value. Okay, so now that we've done this, now we can now style comfortably. So let's start styling. We'll start with from the top. For the form, class name, display will be flex direction will be colon, items starts, we'll have a gap of 1, and then we have the image. For the image, let's down. The width will be 32, so it will be pointer. Then for our inputs, okay, for this input field, we're not going to style because it's hidden anyways. Next is this div tag that we have here. Okay, class name, the width will be full, and the p tag that we have, class name, margin bottom will be 2, the text will be 22 pixels. Okay, and then for our input field as well, let's just add it here. Class name, the width will be full, max width will take 500 pixels, padding will be 4. We'll have a border, and the border color will be gray 300, and it will be rounded. Okay, and then we're going to use the same styling for this. I'm just going to copy this that we have here, and I'm going to paste it here. The p tag as well, I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here as well. And for the input field, we're using the same styling, so I'll just come here, copy to where the styling stops, and I can just paste it here. Now, for the category and price now, we'll have a class name. Display will be flex wrap. We'll have a gap of full. The width will be full. Now, for the second div tag, we have a class name. Minimum width will take 200 pixels. Now, for the p tag, margin bottom will be 2. The text size will take 22 pixels. Okay, now for our select tag, we'll style this as well. Class name, the width will be full. The max width will be 500 pixels. 500. Padding will be 3. We'll have a border around it, and the border color gray, 300, and the text will take 16 pixels, and we'll have a border radius around it, so round it. Then to the price, style this as well. Class name, margin bottom 2, text size 22 pixels. The input field that we have here for price, style, class name, the width will be full. Class name, the width will be full. Max width 120 pixels. Padding will be 4. Border color, we'll have a border, then we'll set the border color to gray, 300. Then we'll add a border radius around this as well. Then we'll style our button. We'll have our class name. Margin top will be 6. PX will be 20. PY will be 3. The background color will be amber. 500. Want a border radius around it. And when you hover on it, opacity should be 90. Okay. So now this is what we have. You can upload image, the name, the products, all of this, and the price, then our call to action button. So now we need to add products to our database. Okay, so now I'm going to create the function that is going to handle submitting our form, then sending a post request to the product to send in our form data. Okay, so let's create our product, our function. I'm going to name it on submit handler. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. Our parameter is going to be event. We need to prevent the default form submission behavior, so we have e.prevent prevent default. Then we use our try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to create a new form data object to send our form data in multi-part formats. So I'm going to have const form data will be equal to new form new form data. Come on. Okay, then we're going to add the product name, add description, add price, add category, add image using the append method. So we're going to have form data dot append name. We'll pass the name. Instead of having to type, I'm just going to put this. I'll just be changing all of this. So next will be the description, right? Description. Then we'll have the price. We're going to add the price. So control D, price. And we'll have our category. Category. after the category, we're going to use an if statement to check if the image is selected, then we're going to add our image. So here we're going to have if image, then form data dot append image, comma image. Okay. So after this now, after we've prepared our form data already, what we're going to do now is to send a post request to add products to the database. So we're going to have const. Oh, come on. I think we should just remove the if statement because the image will obviously be selected by the admin. But then, okay, let's still leave it. Okay. So, const response be equal to await. We use Axios from Axios package, which is used to make HTTP requests. And here we're using the post method because we defined it at the backend when we're setting up the routes for this API. So here's our backtick, then followed by a $sign and the backend URL. Now we'll be getting from app / API / products. This is the API endpoint to add / add. Then we'll add our comma. Then we'll send in our form data. Then we need to include the authentication token in our request header. So here, headers token. Okay. Next thing that needs to be done is to check if the request was successful. Then we'll generate a toast response and then we'll reset the input field after successful submission. And if it isn't, we'll generate a toast error as well. So I'm just going to use an if-else statement. So the first condition, if response.data.success toast.success will be response.data.message, the message that we've already prepared at the backend. And then we'll reset our input field, reset name to empty, then we'll set description as well to empty, set price to empty, set image as null as well, and then our else statements will generate a toast error, toast.error response.data.message. Okay, we need to look out for some things. We need to ensure that toast has been imported, which has not. So we're going to import toast from React Toastify. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in the console and also generate a toast message. Toast.error will be error.message. Okay, now that we have our function, it's going to undo submission, resetting, and also sending our form data to the backend. We're going to bind it with the form. So here we'll use the onSubmit method to call the function onSubmit handler. So now let's try adding. So we'll come here, we're going to select this. You see now that we can view the image, you can preview the image before uploading. And our product name, I'm just going to give this noodles, testing noodles. And here we're just going to have like some random description. We'll select the category noodles and I'm going to set the price. Then we'll click on add menu button. Okay, so before it was showing unauthorized user because I actually logged out. Okay, so now I'll try adding again and we have product added successfully. Let me add another one. And we're going to have soft, I don't know what to name this. Let's just say soft drink, and we're going to have description, queen, whatever it is. That's going to be drinks. And let's say this is like $13. If I click on add menu now, we're going to have a notification that says product added successfully. So if we head here now to our MongoDB and we click on browse collection, it's going to lead you to a new page. You see we have our products and reservations, right? The two models that we've created. Now for products, while we were testing, we added this product testing name, the price, 14, testing description. The image was replaced with a placeholder. Now, this is the second product that we're adding now. We have the ID, we have the name, testing noodles, price is 12, description, this dummy description, the image. We generated the secure URL for Cloudinary. So this is the image here, as you can see, the link. Then the category is noodles and the dates. This is the third one that we've added now, the ID, the name, the price, the description, the image. If I click on this now, if I copy this URL that we have here, it's going to lead me to the same image. So let's say I want to copy this. Is there need? I don't know. Let's say I want to copy the entire thing. I'm just going to highlight everything. And then I'll copy it. Then on a new page, I'm going to paste it. If I click on enter, it's going to display that particular image for me, okay, in my Cloudinary storage. So very amazing. Okay, let's continue. For our reservation, if I click on reservation, the model, we have nothing. Oh, we should have. Okay, yeah. We added several reservations while we were testing. If you remember this testing sample, test at gmail.com. Test. Okay, so our add page is working. Now we need to generate. Next thing is our list page. We want to be able to view all our menu in a tabular form. So let's get to that. So I'm going to close the admin menu. Then I'm going to open the lists menu. So in the list menu, the first thing that we're going to do is to create a state variable that is going to store the lists and a set of function to update the list. But before that, we need to get our token as well. So right here, we create our state variable costs lists, set a function to update the list, set list, and by default, it's going to be an empty array. Now, let's design the UI for our list. Bar. So we'll create a p tag. The p tag will be menu lists, right? And after the p tag, we'll have a div tag. In the div tag, we'll have one div tag. We're going to have bold, 6 bold tags. The first one will take the image. The second would take the name of the menu item. The third will take category. The fourth will take the price. The fifth will take action. Okay, I think it's just 5 that we need. We need image, name, category, and description. Image, name, category, price, description. Yes, I'm going to delete this other boot tag that we have. Okay. And after this div tag, we would now display our the lists. But before we can display, we need to fetch the lists, right? So we're going to write the function that is going to undo fetching lists. I'll name the function fetch list. Const fetch lists. And it's going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. We use our try catch statement. In our try block, we will make a get request to generate all the lists that we have in our database. So we're going to have const response will be equal to awaits axios.get method. We'll call our backend URL and then we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint /API/products/list. This is the endpoint to get products list. Then we'll send our token as well. So headers, it should be lowercase. Headers will be token. Okay. Then we use an if statement to check if response data success. We'll set the lists to response data product. Else, in case if otherwise, we want to display toast notification to display the message that we've already prepared in our backend. Response.data.message. If there's any issue with our try block, our catch block is going to handle it. It's going to log it in console error. Okay, and we'll generate a toast message as well. Toast.error would be error.message, displaying the message that we've already prepared in the backend. So now, what we are now going to do is right here, before our return statement, we would use the use effects hook to call the function so that it will mount. It would run when the component mounts. So fetch list function, and we'll pass an empty array as a dependency array. Okay. First, let's see if we're able to get this. So in this other div tag, this is a closing div tag, right? Then we'll create a div tag, but before that, we're going to map over the lists. That's map. Remember that we're getting the list from our response. That's why we're setting set list response.data.product. List.map. We're just going to do it directly. Item, pass our index number. Then we'll create a div tag. Div closing tag as well, div tag, and the div tag for each of this. Okay, let me separate this. We're going to pass a key for each of the lists, and it's going to be index. Here we'll have the image, and the image will be item.image as we have it, .image. Then we'll have the name. We use a p tag for that. Item.name. Then we'll have another p tag. Item.category. And then we'll have our price as well. Item.price. Then our delete button. Our delete icon, I said button. So delete. We're going to use this icon. Ensure that it is imported here. Okay, so now let's see if this code is going to work. Okay, so you can see that we're able to generate the lists. Okay, the name, the category, the price, the delete icon, the image. For the second one as well, the name, the category, the price, and the delete icon, which is the same thing that we have in our database, right? The two products that we've been able to add is supposed to be 3. Remember that we deleted this while we're testing. So now we have 2. Okay, while we're testing, we added this one. Okay, now we are getting the latest 2 because we added it in the main panel, not while testing. So this is what we have now. So we're going to style this so that it's going to look good, and then we're going to write the function to enable us to delete from the admin. So we'll start our styling. We'll start with the p tag. Have the class name. Margin bottom will be 2. Fonts will be bold, and the text size will be 2xl. Then for our div tag, we'll have our class name. Display will be flex colon gap will be 2, and for this div tag here, class name, display will be grid calls. You have to be careful here. So this will be 1fr underscore 3fr underscore 1fr underscore 1fr underscore 1fr. Okay. Okay, I want all the items at the center, so we need to have items center. Padding will be 2. We'll definitely have a border around it. It's going to be border bottom 2, and the border color will be gray 300. The text will be large, and the fonts will be semi-bold. Okay, now for the action that we have here, class name, text will be at the center. Then for the div tag that we have here, we're going to use the same styling with the one that we have above. So I'm just going to copy everything, but the font will not be semi-bold. So we'll stop at text large, and we're going to paste this here. Oh, what have I done? Come on. Control Z. Let's see. Let's copy it again. Okay. Now I understand. Alright. I'll paste it. We need to close the quotes. Okay. Then for the image, we'll style this. Class name. The width will be 50 pixels. 50 pixels. The height will be auto. And for the icon, we're going to style this as well. Class name. The margin left will be 10. Text size will be 28 pixels. Cursor will be pointer. Cursor pointer. And the text will be red 700. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, so this is what we have. This is the one we added while we're testing with no image, that we replaced the image with the place card, the category, the price, and the action. Okay, this looks all good. The more we have, the more we get it in our menu list. Okay, so this is working. Next is our reservation. So I'm going to close the list menu, and now I'm going to open our admin table, which is going to serve as our reservation. For the admin table, we're going to create a set variable that is going to store our reservation and would initialize it with an empty array, and the setter function that's going to update the state. So I'm going to name this reservations. Setter function sets reservations. We'll initialize it with an empty array. An empty array. So here we're going to do something different. We'll create the function first. So I'm going to use effects to run the function. So here we'll use effects. Then we'll create an asynchronous function to fetch reservation from our backend. So we're going to name this const fetch reservations. It's going to be an async. Okay, without a parameter. So we'll use our try catch statement. In our try block, we'll make a get request to the backend API to fetch all our reservations. So we'll have const response will be equal to await Axios from Axios package dot get method in our backend URL from app, and we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint slash API slash reservations slash get. Then we'll set reservations to response.data. Okay, but first we should also log in the console to get all of the reservations. So response.data as well. In our console, if there's any error with our try block, our catch block will log the error in console, and we should display error fetching reservations. Then would call the fetch reservation function. So here fetch reservation function, and we'll pass an empty array as a dependency array. So let's see if we're able to fetch our reservation in the console before we display it in our UI that we're about to design now. So we're on the reservation page, displaying admin table. Then we inspect, we want to check in our console. Then I'll click on console. We should be getting an array. You can see we have an array. This is all the reservation testing that we've made, and this is the last one, testing sample. Okay, so this is working now. We can now display this as a table. So right here, we'll have our h2 tag, h2, and it's going to display restaurants reservations. Right, and we'll have a div tag. In that div tag, we'll have a table. In the table, we'll have a table edge. And the table head will have a row for the table. Then we'll have the th tag. Okay, Ctrl Z, th times 7, 17 table header. The first one will take name, NAME. What is this? The second will take email. The third will take phone. The fifth will take the dates. The sixth will take time. The seventh will take guest. I think I'm missing count. And the last one will take deletes. After the table header, we'll now have the table body. In the table body, this is where the conditional rendering would occur. We're going to check if there are no reservations. That means if the length of the reservation is 0, we're going to display a message that says no reservation found. Otherwise, we're going to map through the array and display each reservation in a table row. So here, we're going to have reservations dot length equals 0. We use a ternary operator to do that. If it is equals 0, we want to do this. If it is not, we want to do this. Okay, so let's deal with if it is equal 0. In a table row, we want to display a table data with the text no reservations found. Okay, and the table data will have our call span 7. Okay, and if there is something in the reservation, if the reservation is found, if it is more than, we're going to look through each one using the map method. So we're going to have reservations.map, open our brackets, reservations, comma, index. Okay, then we're going to display the row first. In the table row, we now have the table data times 7. In the table row, each row must have a unique key. So I'll pass key, and it's going to be index. Okay, and the first table data, better still, let me select it all. So this is going to be reservation dot something. The first one is going to be dot name. The second will be dot email. The third will be phone. The fourth will be dates. The fifth will be time. The sixth would be guests. And the last one would be the delete button. So we have a button to delete, and it will take this text, delete. Now let's style all of this because we're already able to get our reservations. Okay, so class name, minimum height is the screen. Then for the h2 tag, the text will be 3XL, font to be bold, and our text color will be gray 700. Text will be at the center, and our margin bottom would be 6. Now for the div tag here, we have our class name, overflow on x-axis will be O2. The table head will have our class name. The width will be full. Shadow will be large. And a border radius around it, rounded Excel, just a small one. Then for our table row, the background color will be amber 500 and the text will be at the left. Text left. Then for each of the th tag, we'll have a class name. Padding will be 3. Now to this, co-span is 7. We want to ensure that it spans across all the columns. So we need to have a class name. That's why we have co-span as 7. Padding will be 4 and text will be at the center. Now, right here, border will be B. Border will be at the bottom, and when you hover, the background color will be gray 50. Okay, there shouldn't be a space between this. Okay. Now for this as well, for this table data here as well, we're going to add a padding. So we'll have our class name, padding will be 3. Then for the button, Ctrl Z, wood style. The background color will be red 500. The text color will be white. PX, padding on x-axis 3. PY will be 1. Rounded. And then when you hover on it, the background color will be red 600. Okay, this is all we have. This is all the 11 reservations that we've made. Okay, so let's delete most of them. We're going to write the function to delete. So we'll head up here. Before our use effect, we're going to write the function. Okay, and I'm going to name the function undo delete. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And the parameter is going to be the ID, because that's what we want to use to delete. We use our try catch statement. In the try statement, we make a delete request to delete a specific reservation based on the ID from the database. So we'll do await axios.delete. Open our brackets. We're going to do backtick $sign backend URL / API. After the curly braces, you have the / reservations / delete. That's our endpoint API. That's our endpoint for our API. Then we'll pass the ID of what we want to delete. Then, once that's been deleted successfully, we generate the toast message. Toast.success. We'll display a message reservation. Or we should just display reservation successful, or better still, reservation removed. Okay, if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to handle it. So I'm just going to come here and copy, and I'm going to paste it here. Instead of error fetching reservation, this will be error deleting reservation. And we'll head over to our button to make use of the function. So right here, we use an unclick method to call the undo delete function, and we'll pass reservation _id. So I've deleted most of the reservations and we have just 2 left. So now that we're done with the admin, we're going to close it, and now we'll head back to our front end to ensure that we need to generate, not generate, I meant we need to be able to, we need to connect our front end with our back end. So we're going to do that here. So I'm going to open the front-end terminal again, open an integrated terminal, and I'm going to install Axios and Toast notification. So here we're going to have npm install Axios. Okay, so while that is going on, we're going to open our menu.context, also our app.gsx. Here we need to define our backend URL. I think I'm just going to copy it from the app.gsx. Okay, so we're going to copy this and paste it here. So I'm going to close the admin. Now that we've defined our backend URL, okay, so Axios has been installed. We can now do every other thing. Also, we need to install React Toastify for Toast notification. So let's quickly visit the website, React Toastify. So I'm just going to copy the installation code and I'm going to paste it in the terminal. So while it is installing, we're going to do, we've defined our backend URL here. The next thing is to do the two important things that we need. The first thing is to get our product, is to create the function to get our product from our database, and also to create the function to send our reservation and save it in the database. So we'll start with the getting product. So now let me open this npm run dev. Okay, so that we can see all of what we're doing in action. We'll open our menu contexts. Okay, we're going to create the function here, consts. I'll name the function get product data or get menu data, whichever way. And it's going to be an asynchronous array function with no parameter. We'll use a try catch block. In the try statement, we're going to make a get request to get the list of the product that we have stored in our database. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await Axios.get method, then our backtick $, followed by our backend URL that we're going to get from our app /API/products/lists, which is our API endpoints. Then we use an if statement, if else statement to check. The if condition is if response.data.success. Then we want to set our product, set products to response.data.products. If otherwise, display a toast notification, toast.error, or common toast.error, response.data.message. So response.data.message. Okay, we need to ensure that Axios has been imported. Let's see, it has not. So we're going to import Axios from Axios package and also our toast notification. So we're going to we'll have toast container here. I'll close this. Then we're going to import React Toastify. Import curly braces, toast, toast container from React Toastify that we have installed. Now we're going to import our Toastify here, import toast, because we're using it to generate a response from React Toastify. Okay, so let's see what we've got. I would click on this link now to lead us to our front end. Okay, so we are still getting the products that we uploaded via our asset file when we're building the front end. Let's see what is wrong. Okay, the get products data has not been called. Okay, so right here we would use effect to call the function get products data, and here we're going to pass an empty array as a dependency array. Let's see. Okay, so if we check now, we should say just 3. Okay, the first one with a place card, the second testing noodles $12, the third soft frank You can see that we're able to fetch our list, our menu list from our database, and we uploaded the menu list from our admin panel. So this is working perfectly well. Now the next thing we need to do is to ensure that this form is functional. When the user fills this form, they're able to send in their details to the admin and it will be saved in the backend. So let's get to that. So I'm going to close our menu contexts, close the context, then I will open our components, open the reservation form. Now let's get to work here. After this function that will update the state whenever any input form changes, we'll create another function that will handle submission, and it will be triggered when the form is submitted. So I'm going to name the function undo submit. It's going to be an asynchronous function, async arrow function. We'll pass events, and we need to prevent the page from refreshing on submit. So E that prevents default. Then we use our try catch statement to do the rest. First, we need to send a post request to the backend with our form data. So await Axios from Axios package dot post. We get our backend URL. Concatenate it with our API endpoint to send /API /reservations /creates. This is to create reservation. Then we'll send our form data as well. Then we'll show a toast notification if this is successful. Before we now reset, toast the success, reservation successful. Then we're going to reset the form field after successful submission. So we're going to set form data. The name, we'll reset it to empty. The email, we'll do the same, empty. The phone number, we'll set to empty. The dates, we'll reset to empty. The time, we're going to reset to empty. And the guests, we're going to do the same, reset to empty. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block would log the error in console error. Okay, so now let's try filling a form. Testing name. No, I think I'm tired of testing name. Let me use John Doe. HN John Doe. Then I will use xavier@gmail.com. This phone number. We'll select any date of our choice. Okay, we'll have our date. Then we'll select any time, number of guests. But we cannot actually send anything now because we're here to call the function. So we'll head back to our code and call the undo submit function. So in our form tag, we'll use the submit method to call the undo submit function. Okay, so that the details will be sent to backend. Okay, so let's redo John Doe, Xavier, number. This is what we have. Time, number of guests 5. If I click on book now, you can see that we have a notification here that reservation is successful. And if we check here, if I reload, we're going to get this John Doe, Xavier, this. I deleted every other reservation that's been made while testing. So that's why we have just this. Okay. So this is a fully functional product. You can add, you can check the lists, you can get reservation, and on the front end as well, the user can see all of this, all the menu. Spag, we have nothing in Spag, we have nothing in rice, we have something in noodles, we have in chicken, and we have in drink. Okay, so I'm just going to add more to the menu. So this website is very functional, and it's something that you can add to your portfolio, or you can even use as a school project. Thank you so much for watching. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe to my channel. Your subscription, likes, comments, and shares mean a lot to me. Thank you so much, guys.